Right, I'm here. Hey Howard. Hey William. Okay. Howard, your item arrived. Thank you very much for that. Much appreciated. Naturally, I'll feature it in the mailbag video. Although, you won't see that for a little while. Hey Ian. Hopefully the did the zapper zap? Oh yes, it zapped. It's the literal CMI zapper. In fact, that's what I call it. I call it the CMI literal zapper. I'll put it over here. Yeah, there you go. Put it there. CMI literal zapper. Hey Adam. Phone repair. How's it going? So hopefully the noise isn't too bad from the printer in the background. Yeah, I've got the G-Tech A20M. Was it A20M? Yes, A20M. I've got that running. It's the first time I've used it in years, actually. I haven't used it for probably 3 years, maybe 4. I did a review on it and used it a couple of times, then just put it to one side because I was using the Ender 3. Because it's a bit big, it's a bit bigger. And yeah, I come across a situation where I needed to use it, and it's a bit noisier than the Ender 3. I've had to second some of my wife's space. That's her desk over there. But she's currently in Europe. She's in the UK right now. So she's visiting friends and family over there. So she's, if we don't tell her, it'll be okay. As long as I put the computer back when I finished, it should be right. If she doesn't watch the live stream, she'll be fine. She won't watch the live stream. She won't watch it. So hopefully the noise from it's not too bad. It might be. It is fairly noisy. I've actually slowed it down to try and keep the noise down a bit. I had to use it because I wanted to print out something which is 229mm, I think. And the Ender 3 couldn't actually do it, even though it's supposed to be 235. It was cutting the end of the item off all the time. So that was quite frustrating. I even tried modifying the device profile in Cura to say that it's got a bigger bed than it actually has, but no, it wasn't Cura that's cutting off, it was the printer itself. So I think I might have to look at the Marlin firmware for that and tweak it. It's not something I've done, well not really, I've done a little bit, I've looked at it, but not really. That one's still running stock, so yeah, something I probably want to do. You bought a clamp meter. Makes 4 perfectly working new test meters on your desk. Okay. I'm tempted to ask what the other ones are. Yeah, anyway. Yeah, so anyway, this printer's slightly bigger bed than the Ender 3. So the Ender 3 is 235, and in theory it should be able to do, I think it's 225? Right. Anyway, it might be 230. But I can only do about 215. This one's got a 250 bed, and it can do up to 240, I think. So it fits. That's been printing since about 5 o'clock yesterday, this afternoon, so 15 hours. The other benefit of this printer is that it's also faster than Ender 3, prints quicker. So I was able to crank the speed up last night, or yesterday evening. I was doing like 200% speed from what I'd set to. If I tried to do it on the Ender 3, no. So I can actually set twice as fast. So the original print, which was supposed to take 12 hours, took about 6. Maybe I think it's maybe 7 hours. I think it took. So I've done 2 prints as a second print. That's doing now. It's almost finished. Fluke 111, Parkside D3, Pros. Pros kit, is it? Digital print. Okay, Parkside. That's a English one, eh? Parkside. I've heard the name. I think I've seen it in Julian Ilet's Ilet's. Julian Ilet's. Is pronounced his name right? Julian's videos. I think I've seen it in there. Little, right. That's where it comes from. Little. Yeah, we don't get that here, so I've seen the name. So yeah, okay, using one at all once, eh? Well, I'm actually running out of test gear to work on. I've got a big problem. I'm actually running out of things to fix. Well, at least in here. I've got other things I can fix, but it's basically CB radios. You know, I've got a dozen of those to fix sitting there. Some probably aren't fixable, but yeah, I'm running out of stuff to fix. I mean, I've been looking on eBay. Prices are just getting ludicrous. It's like there's a test probe I want for a meter, which you'll see maybe this week. Oh no, it'll be next. No, it might be next week, or the week after. Look at the video sequence. For a piece of gear which I'm fixing, and well, I actually have fixed it, but there's a probe I want for it, and they want super money for it. It's like $300 with postage. It's just a probe, and I've offered them, but just been ignoring my offers, so I'm not going to be far with that one. Anyway, so I'll show you what I'm printing in a minute. How far is it from finishing? Tempted to speed it up so it makes less noise. Well, more noise for a shorter time. Does that sound? It's still got another. Yeah, it's still got another couple of layers to go. It's quite big. Let's go faster to get rid of the noise quicker, eh? $130%. Right, this is one of the things I printed. I haven't cleaned up yet. Big box. Now, some may recognise it, some may not. It's still got some little bit of string and stuff like that on it. This printer's got a 0.4mm nozzle on it. It's not tuned either. It's just like I've only used it a couple of times, literally. So it's not too bad considering that it's not really tuned and it's a bit unfamiliar. So this case I'm making is for the Retro Chip Tester Pro. Someone put a design up on Thingiverse, and I've been wanting to do a case for it for ages. I was going to make a case for it. Not 3D printed, but just like a generic case. Yep. And this pile of stuff I've got sitting here. So I bought this case. I was going to potentially modify this and make it fit. That's what I was going to use it for. But I was never really happy with it. And so one thing I want to do is actually put this board in that case. Maybe we do it as part of the live stream, I don't know. I just finally got around to doing it. Hey, Englishmen in Brazil. How's it going? So, yeah, so got that, and what I actually want to work on, one of the few things I've got left to work on, I have a couple of things here. It's quite concerning. Like, yeah, I want to buy some more stuff, but so if anyone wants to donate something to the channel, which is worth my time, I suppose is the way of putting it. Maybe. I know Ian did a appeal on his channel. He had great success, but unfortunately in my country test gear is not so prevalent, so it's a bit harder to get stuff because you'll be paying for like overseas postage, and again the prices go up again. But anyway, what was I going to look for? This. Maybe I'll do that one. See that box sitting there? We might have a look at that. So yeah, that box there. I think we'll look at that one today. It's been sitting there for a while. I kind of want to get rid of it. %90 from the UK, exactly. Yeah, so it's a bit less of a hassle for you to get hold of them. I'd still like to get some stuff, you know. I've had donations in the past. Actually, my wife was in the UK before, and I was doing a live stream, and someone popped on the live stream saying that they would give her something, and she was in the UK. So she actually went and picked it up. She happened to be nearby. It's quite convenient, but that's not possible this time because I know her luggage is already maxed out. She ain't got any room. So if you think about that, and again, don't bother. Don't worry. She can't carry anything back this time. She's already maxed the luggage out, apparently. She was telling me yesterday. Yeah. Anyway. Hey, Adam. I said, yeah, I didn't lie to you before. No, yes, I did. It's just a tube tester. The only problem is that it's, well, I don't know. I haven't tried using it all yet. I haven't powered it up. No idea. I do have some tubes, brand new ones, sitting around in a box somewhere. Try and fish them out too, maybe. I've never used a tube tester. Got no experience with it. I picked this one up locally. It's got the wrong voltage requirement, so it runs on 110 volts, not 240, 230, whatever you want to call it. So I don't know if there's a way of converting it. It may or may not be possible. Probably not. It's got circuit diagrams and the manuals with it, which is great. There's no electronic one that I could find. There may be one out there actually. I didn't look that hard. But right next to me here, which is just off shot, you probably can't quite see it, but I've got my Caesar document scanner. So my desk is clear enough to do a scan. So I could actually set it up and scan it and then put it on the screen so you guys could see it if you want to look at it as well. I could do that. .45 in memory for electronics, yeah. I noticed my memory started getting worse when I was probably just up to 40. Yeah, when I got to about 40, my memory started getting worse. I noticed it. I used to remember everything, and now it's like, no, I don't remember what I did yesterday. And you go back to Brazil, business class gives you 2 32 kilo cases. You're not. I think her max was 25. I think something like that. I can't remember exactly now. She took some little scales with her, some little electronic scales, so she can weigh the bags to make sure she's not going over. Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, we'll play with that. I think, and we may do the Repso Trip Tester Pro. I've got a couple of videos. Well, I've done one I did the other day, which is uploading a hex file to an AVR using a Mac. Because there's lots of information about doing it on a PC, but on a Mac it seems to be little information, or it's different. So I took a bit of time to figure it out. Just basically converted what I'm doing on a PC onto a Mac and did it that way using terminal, and it all works alright. But I've actually done another video which is very similar to that first one. So basically, that first one was the bulk of the footage, and then I've edited that down even further to how to update the firmware on the USB ASP programmer. It's basically the same process. I showed it in a big video, so you'll see another video which looks very similar to that one, but it's shorter because it's about programming the programmer. Yeah. 100 gigabytes of storage were missing. Yeah, it happens to me all the time. Yeah. I've actually had terabytes disappear in minutes, just gone. I've got a 2 terabyte hard drive in here, and there's been times where the computer's shut down because it's run memory. The memory's gone. It's like there's no hard drive space left. It's just like it turns itself off. It's happened. Then it boots up complaining about it. And sometimes you see it coming back again. It just gradually comes back. It's to do with the way it doesn't actually delete the files. It keeps them snapshots. It calls them snapshots. And there's bugs in there. And it was in a previous version. Previous system version, I think. Yeah, something like that. And it's I don't know. It depends what system version you're on too. I'm an old one. What the hell am I on? I'm an old one. I'm on 12, am I? I'm on Monterey, yeah. 12.7.5 is the system I'm running. That's the latest system can run, so Mac Pro. But the yeah, it's a bug that's in it. It will just lose it. Don't put your computer to sleep. That's what I found triggers it. If you put your computer to sleep, it triggers it to happen. So don't use sleep. Only ever just leave the thing on all the time or shut it down. .10, yeah. I've got some on 10.11 somewhere. Got some laptops around. I was actually resurrected a computer the other day. Did I do a video on it? I thought I did. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did do a video on it. I haven't published it yet, so I'd be a surprise to you all. I've got an old Power Mac G4 Towers Sawtooth, was it? Gigabit Ethernet. And I had some old software which someone bought a license for. Haven't sold the software for 20 years, but somehow they can still buy a license on it, and it wasn't working, surprisingly. But they're using an older system as well, because it's what it's used for. And I was trying to sort out a problem on it. Basically, the website that software used to point to check for a valid license or check for blocked licenses doesn't exist anymore, right? It's gone. So I was going to recompile the software and remove that limitation because, who cares? It doesn't matter. It's ancient. And I thought, I went through all my old computers, every computer I've got, not one of them was in a state that allowed me to actually try and rebuild that software. So what I thought I'd done is basically turn the computer off and walk away from it and replace it with a new computer. So it's left in a state where I could just go back to it and carry on, whatever it was, right? So whatever was installed on it, whatever was configured on it. Yeah, it turns out that's a more recent thing I've been doing. So I went back to 3 old machines. All of them were basically fresh starts and giving them to kids. I'd obviously give them to kids to use because they had accounts for them to use on that, and my accounts were basically empty. So yeah, that didn't quite work. Anyway, I got this G4 working. Eventually, power supply was dead. I had to repair the power supply, so I did a video about that. Thought it might be interesting. And it wasn't actually a capacitor. Well, it kind of was, but it wasn't. The actual cause of being dead wasn't a capacitor, it's something else, surprisingly. But caps were bad as well. That wasn't the root cause. But the I got that thing working. I fixed it. Spent a few days on it. Got it fixed, and then I find out that no, it's not in there either. So no, I didn't actually have anything. I looked on some old external hard drives I had and stuff like that. Nowhere did I have the original drives to that machine, which were in a state where I could boot them up, recompile that software. So managed to find a workaround in the end. I told them how to do some loop back modifications. So, well, not really loop back, but on a Mac you can do your DNS stuff, right? So you can tell it to go to a different place from what it looks up. So if you're looking to a certain website or a certain IP address, you can actually tell the computer the host file. It's called a host file. You can say, well, instead of going there, go somewhere else. So it's something which is used in software license bypassing sometimes. Don't ask me how I know this. And I instructed this guy how to modify his host file to point to my current website. So when that software looked up the old website, which doesn't exist anymore, instead of going there, it redirects it to my website, which is currently existing, and I put a file there, which is what it's looking for, to check the registrations. And that finally solved it. It's able to register. Basically what it does, when you try and put the serial number in, it blocks it because it says it can't find it. It just doesn't go. And so by doing that, he was able to register the software. So it's a bit of a hassle. Spent too much time on that. I should have done that originally instead of trying to consider rebuilding the software. I mean, that's what I would have done. It's the proper way of doing it is fixing the software. But my current programming software is too new for it. I have to basically spend weeks rebuilding the software and reconfiguring it to make it capable of being compiled, and it's just not worth it. So one license in 20 years, it ain't worth it. Yeah. Power G3. I've got a G3 sitting up there. That's also dead. Yeah, powered that one up. That's also dead. The USB's dead. It powers up, it boots up, and it runs. No USB. Doesn't work. So you can't type. You can't use the mouse. Dead. I was like, oh. I ended up taking a hard drive out, put it into an external case, dropped it into another machine so I could see what was on the hard drive to see if it was worth even fixing it. And no, it wasn't. So it wasn't on there. Maybe I'll do it one day, but yeah. (2012) MacBook Pro. I think you can do 10.12 on there. Yeah, 10.12 I think is the latest you can do on that one. 10.12 looks alright, so I've got to put that on some of my laptops. Yeah. Anyway. Oh, it's getting closer. Not much longer till it's finished. So I think what I might do now is I'll fire up my CZUR document scanner, or scan in the circuit diagrams. I could scan in the whole manual, but that'll take a while. Using USB. Oh, yeah, okay. I don't have it in ADB anymore, I don't think. I think I do. Yeah, I don't think I've got any ADB devices anymore. Cut his OS X. Need it for programming, and OS X needed updated Xcode, which needed updated OS X. So Xcode is usually not really OS X, isn't it? So your Xcode is too new. Would that be a fair understanding? I'm just trying to see if I've got a copy of an older version of Xcode. I may have. I don't see one now. No. I know I downloaded it in the past. I don't seem to have a copy of it though. I was looking now. No. It's like I don't have a copy of it. I obviously didn't save that at the time, which is odd because I normally save everything. Anyway, because I downloaded X code for something, I was tinkering with something, but I never actually did any development that way with it. Don't know. I just done Python through the terminal and uploaded it that way, updated that way. I've had issues with Python though on the system because there's a newer version of Python which then breaks it for the Arduino IDE, and you've got to do some kind of fucking hacks in the back. It's like, oh. And so I don't use this machine for the ESP32 anymore because it creates bugs in the compiled output. In my old Mac Pro, the 2010 one, running on 10.12, that was fine. I had no issues with that one. That would program ESP32s and stuff just fine with Python as it was and what have you. No issues. But when I went to this machine, I went to a newer operating system. Python was also updated, and then the Arduino IDE didn't work properly with the ESP32 with that version of Python, and it caused me no issues. Hey Christian. Yeah, because I had to modify the files in the Arduino IDE, I think it was, to use a different Python version so that it functioned. Yeah, it's just a pain. But if you're using an older system, it's not an issue. At least it wasn't on me. Maybe it's because I'm using it's installed originally, not recently. Maybe because it's a recent install, it's causing issues. Updated files, maybe. Yeah. I don't know. Anyway. So let's scan this thing in. Let's get this bloody thing plugged in. If I can find the cables. I leave this sitting here all the time, so it's kind of dusty as well. Let's plug this thing in. Hopefully I don't knock the power cable out the back of my computer. Net full. There's a USB port there somewhere. Try and plug it straight in the back of the Mac Pro. There we go. Power cable plugged in as well. Of course I do. Let's see about this plug. Let's see about this plug. Let me get an extension line. Wish it's just USB powered, but unfortunately it's not. Should be long enough. Yeah, because then I can scan that circuit diagram in, and I can put it on screen. You can see what I'm looking at as well. Just be a bit easier, I think. It's a good plan. Hopefully, it's a good plan. So I won't scan the whole manual, at least not right now anyway. I'll just do that circuit diagram and leave it at that. There's so many wires in the way. Why there's so many wires here? Put those here. Okay, have power, hopefully. We have power. We should have power. I'll switch on the back. There we go. That's it. How big is your box of random T cables? I might have one or two. I was going to do this on my ugly desk here. Issues on Linux as well, same thing, yeah. And Windows. SCSI 320. I've got SCSI cables somewhere, I don't know where they are. I haven't used SCSI in a while. I had the two different formats. Got the larger ones. Centronics, was it? Centronics ones, and then you got the smaller ones as well. I've got both. Somewhere, I don't know. Then I've got a drawer full of cables in here as well, different stuff. Actually, I've got two drawerfuls of cables. SCSI, the only ones you don't own, yeah. Well, the annoying thing is I've got some SCSI drives up there, some external hard drives, which may even have that bloody hard drive on it I've been looking for. But I can't find the cables. I know I've got some, I can't find them. And then the only computer I've got which still has SCSI on it is my G3, which is up there, which doesn't work with USB right now. And because I couldn't get the USB to work, I just thought, nah, I'm not bother. It's getting too hard. I already spent days fixing a G4. Mind you, I did a video, so it wasn't a waste of time. Okay, CZUR scanner. Let me fire this up. I've only got to do one page, so it's not a big deal. New version, I'm not going to update right now. I found it or something. Okay, single page, colour. Yeah. Still grayscale. Okay. Scan that page. I'll be here a minute. I'll put it on the screen. Okay. Page is scanned. How arty. Now, let's crop it. Then I'll save it. Could have done this before, of course, but I thought of it this morning. I was like, no, I should probably do that. Save it as what? Oh, PDF. Hmm. 100%. There's more options in this thing here. Okay, well. What the hell is this thing called? Accurate Measurement Co. No, Accurate Instrument Co. Incorporated. Model 151 Tube Tester. Of course, you guys are now going to go looking and find a copy of it somewhere else. Anyway. Put it in there. Up, chuck it in the top window, and I can show you what I just scanned. Right, here we go. So that's what I just did. This thing here. It. Alright, so it's a circuit diagram. Not much to it, is there? If it works or not, I don't know. But the main thing I was looking at here is whether or not I can modify it to have a 240 volt input, but it doesn't look like that's possible. No, it's only a single winding. So that's out of the question. I have to make sure I don't accidentally forget that in future. That'd be awkward. $30k, yeah, I've been on 30k now for a week. This thing, YouTube doesn't actually have all the digits there anymore. I think they've actually taken another one off now. AC capacitor, yes. Well, that's not a polarized cap. That's just a film cap of some kind, or paper cap most likely. It could be bad, isn't it? It could still be a cap. It could still be a cap. Yeah. Anyway, we'll see. So, now that did that scan, and there's bits on here which I can see, which I can't see on that scan. This is a copy of that of the manual anyway, so when I scan the manual in, it'll be better, I think. Yeah, when I scan the manual, because this is out of the manual. Yeah, anyway, let's go and tinker with that thing. Let's just start doing something. This printer must be close to finishing. Which view should we have? That view? Let's go with that view for a change. Mica? It could be. With that view, you get all the reflection of the desk when I turn the lights on. That's brilliant. Maybe I won't do that view. Maybe we should do. Actually, I want to do a video anyway. So let's do this one. Oh, this is a bit dusky. Dusky? Dusty! Could really use a clean. Come on. This printer must be really close to finishing. Right. This is annoying because it's going to be in the background of the video initially. Okay, thanks for dropping by, Adam. So, right. So today I'm going to work on this thing here. It's a tube tester. Picked this up locally. Don't know if it works, but before you plug something of this age in, you have to take it apart and have a close look at it and make sure it's all good, because you never know what's happened to it in its past. You never know you've got wiring which is disintegrating because it's made out of rubber. You just don't know. So you need to sort of check these things before you plug them in. Now this is 110 volts, not 240 volts for me, so that's potentially problematic. And I was actually lucky enough that it came with its original manual and circuit diagram and all that sort of stuff, and setups for the tubes. All this information's all in here, which is brilliant. And it basically looks intact. This knob is spinning on that shaft. That one's going. That one's okay. So this knob's got a bit of an issue. I think the shaft may be seized. I'm not quite sure what's going on there. It doesn't want to turn. So that could be something you need to look at. It could just be stiff. But let's see if I can get a screwdriver in here carefully without splitting the shaft open. Yeah, it will turn. Okay, it will turn. So it's not completely seized, but it is very stiff. Which is probably why it's stripped that out. Which is why the seller included some spare knobs with it, or some new knobs to go on it. Also, their intention was to put some new knobs on it, and never got around to it. Decided to sell it instead. And here is the plug, 2-core, looking slightly shady. No earthing, obviously, but so it's 110 volts. So I have to be careful to make sure I don't exceed that. It's also got this little plug thing which goes on top of some of the tubes, little cap. Some tubes have that. I'm not a tube guy, I'm not really into tube stuff. I've got almost no experience with tubes. I've done a little bit on a couple of testers, like you can see in the back here, just there. You can just see it, I'll tip back slightly. That is tube based. That capacitor checker. It's one of the few things I've got which has got tubes in it. So, and I've refurbished that. Done a video about it if you haven't seen that. Look for it, you might find it interesting. Found some faults. But yeah, I want to pull this thing apart and have a look at it and see what's going on with it. I mean, it may be fine, it may be perfectly good inside, but we don't know till we open it up. Yeah, might have to do it, Ian, that's right. I have used it before, but I actually had issues with it at the time when I tried that. It caused the problem with the software, I don't know, some kind of bug showed up, I can't remember what it was now. But I've tried using it in the past, and I had a problem with it. It worked, but it caused some other problem, I can't remember what it was now. So I've used it again after that. It's sort of I just have to be careful about not having too much noise. But, yeah, we'll see. Hopefully this printer finishes soon. It's looking really close. Yeah. Right, let's open this thing up. The meter moves. I should probably talk about it, shouldn't I? So the meter moves. Hope you can see it on there. The meter is not frozen. That's a good start. Whether the coil's burned out and it doesn't move because someone's overloaded it, that's also possible, but yeah, we'll find out in time. Anyway, right now, let's get it opened up. You have to excuse the noise of the printer. If you can hear it, you probably can. I might be able to try and get it out of editing, but we'll see. If you can't hear the printer, great, I've succeeded. If you can hear the printer, then sorry. Oh, it's just finished. Excellent. No more printer noise. It's a 3D printer. It's a G-Tech A20M, which I've had for a few years now. I haven't used it that much because I've been using the Ender 3s. But I needed a larger print surface, and the Ender 3 couldn't do it. This has got a bigger print bed on it, so I was able to use this for it. It's also a faster printer, but it's also considerably noisier. The Ender 3, you can almost have it running without you noticing it. It's my ones again. Right. Well, it's not full of cockroaches or anything, that's good. You never quite know what you're going to get when you open things up. Look at that meter, interesting. Cool. It's all exposed, easy to clean. You've got some kind of capacitor there which is not looking healthy. Was that? I don't know, that can't be a capacitor surely. What a bulb. It could be a capacitor. There's resistors here anyway. Yeah, those are potentially dodgy. Not much to it, so it might just be a case of giving it a good clean and powering it up and freeing the switches up a little bit. This one's got some oxidization on it. Interesting. See, that's looking a bit crusty there. That's interesting. It's the only bit that seems to be. So that's a bit curious. The rest of it looks basically okay. This capacitor is really looking bad. I think that's a capacitor. Looks like a paper cap of some kind. Let's check the circuit diagram, see if it makes any sense. So the short indicator, yes. So yes, it is a capacitor. Zoom out a little bit. Yeah. So this capacitor here, there's that bulb which I'm looking at here. It's a neon, I'm thinking. 1.5 meg across it. Yes, there is. Well, there's a capacitor. Well, there's a resistor across it. I'm sure it's 1.5 meg. And there's the capacitor there, which is looking rather unhealthy. So, okay. Looks like it's going to be. Looks like it's going to be fairly straightforward to sort out. Printer. I did all that scanning and stuff to show you the circuit diagram on screen, and not even showing the circuit diagram on screen. Should I do that one? Is that better or worse? Which one do you want to see? The HDMI camera or the screenshot, or both? Let's check the printer out. Now the biggest thing I've got on this printer is the bed on it. It's not a removable bed, it's aluminium plate only. And so getting a print off it can be troublesome. Let's get this off here if I can. It doesn't want to come off yet. Here we go, it's starting to lift. I think if I'm going to use this printer more, I'll have to do something with to try and make it quieter and to make the bed removable so it makes it easy to get the prints off. Okay, that's off. That's not printed. Might be right. Okay. Where should we start with this thing? Is there a parts list, or is it just a diagram only? Let's have a look. Do you want the other way around? I'll better do it the other way around. No. This is the other version, the same thing. I might have to create an alternative here. If I do this one, or that one. Okay, I'm going to duplicate this one. Give me a second, I'll change this around. HDMI and top screen. Can't use that name. Hold on a second. I'm breaking my conventions here. That's why I couldn't use that name. Always have conventions. Fine. What happened to that? I thought I duplicated it. Where'd it go? Okay. Oh, fine. Let's just do there we go. That's why I didn't do it, because I didn't actually finish creating it. I'm sure this is thrilling for you guys. Absolutely thrilling. So I want to take that one off there. Remove that one. Yes. And why is it all zoomed in like that? It's not right, is it? And I want the top screen. And I want to paste that there. And should we get it on? How bad is that? Is that too small? Let me crop the edges off. It's going to take a little while. That's better. Just probably too much. Right. And top. Also want to crop off 50. There you go. That's slightly tidier. Hopefully it's not too small. Let me know how it goes. If it's too hard to see, let me know. How many primary windings does it have? That's what I'll need to look at closely. I mean, the diagram only shows 110 volt input, it doesn't show an alternative. Okay. So the purple wire is 110 volt apparently, which is this one here. Purple wire there, so it's got the colours on the diagram. White here is 50 volts, blue's 24 volts, 25 volts, green's 12.6, there's a green there. This feels waxy, yeah, it's not best. Yellow 6.3, orange is 5 volts. I was checking the colours are actual here and kind of make sense. You got red there, 1.4 volts, and your black is common, so there's a black one there, which is straight in here. Okay, gives the switch over there. Right, safety. What safety? There's no earthing on this thing or anything. Yeah. I'll try and make sure I've got this sitting slightly to the left, eh? Meters are interesting. Right, it's all transparent like that. Never seen one like that before. Nice. Why don't they make them all like that? Wouldn't it make more sense to make them all transparent so you can see what's going on instead of not? Well, let's get some switch cleaning. I'm going to clean the switches up first. Should record some video on this. So I'm cleaning switches first, and just to the basic like mechanical maintenance kind of stuff. Bit of cleaner in this pot as well, just clean things up. And these switches here obviously using the cleaning as well. There is quite a bit of corrosion evident on this switch here. There's lots of corrosion in this area here. Whether you can see it or not. See, it's all quite corroded on those two. This one's not so bad. Maybe it's something to do with the materials I've used. Maybe one's got better zinc plating on it. But yeah, they're all moving okay. They're not jammed or anything. But is that rather ugly capacitor which you have to do something with? Kind of needs to stay attached to the box. Trying to make sure I don't have that diagram over the top of the picture I'm trying to show you guys. Okay, let's get some cleaner. Let's just use the standard one. All these sockets are going to need it as well. I'm going to start with the switches, I think. Yeah. So let's just start this. Saturate the switches because they're all going to need it. They're all really old, and it's probably not the best thing to have it saturating into the phenolic that's on them, but oh, so be it. Now this is a pot, so you can't use this stuff on the pot. I have to use the proper pot stuff for it. Try and get into here as well if I can. Trying to make sure I can actually get into the switches. Yeah, I think I want to do it this way. And try and get some dribble through the top. Right. Swap those switches there. I mean, these switches may not even be dirty. Maybe fine, but no, I'm giving it a clean. How old is this thing? This is the diagram says 1960. So 1960. These are actually freeing up a lot. So these left two feel a lot smoother now. Before they're feeling a bit rough. That they feel really nice. The right hand one's still feeling a bit rough. Might get some more in there. Try to get through the actual contacts at the top because it's all open, so you just go straight through it. Yeah, it's feeling better now. It's getting better. Okay, let's try and give this switch a clean. This is going to be a problem because this knob is, you know, useless. Let's do the other one first. So you get to the other side too. Spray both sides of the switch. It should also work its way down the shaft a little bit too, and help lubricate the shaft. Hopefully. So this one here does move. Strangely, the one which has got the corrosion on it moves fine, and the one that doesn't have corrosion is the one that's stiff. So close to get that contact. It seems alright. Doesn't seem too bad actually. Let's look and see if they're springing up like they should be. When the contact goes underneath, they should move upwards. And make sure they're actually lifting. Yep. Yep, they're all lifting. So as this goes around, it's definitely making contact with each one of those properly because they're all lifting up a little bit. So that's all good. This one's a bit harder. Now, can I pull the knob off this one? I can. And we'll stick on this one. Oh, it's tight. Yeah, it's definitely stiffer. Alright, what I might do then, actually, is spray some on this side as well. On this side, so it works its way through the shafts. Yeah, this one's definitely, yeah, that's even damaging this knob. Don't want that. I thought that slipped in once, so I don't want to do that. Let me go and get a different knob. I'm not going to use these ones because these are like screws that screw down. It could be a capacitor leaking and causing issues with the other stuff, yeah, absolutely could be. Come on, push on that switch. There you go. I'll try and free it up. Not that one stripped out as well now. Wow, this is killing switches, killing knobs, this thing. How far do I need to go with that one? Well, it looks like someone's had pliers on it and it's damaged the actual knurling on it. Yeah. So looking at the shaft on this, it actually looks like someone's had pliers or something on it and actually stripped off some of the knurling, so it's actually damaged. It's not as pronounced as it is on this switch. That could be part of the problem why it's stripping out the knobs, because these are quite stiff. And between the knurling being damaged as well, no, it's stripped again. So no. Ah, dear. Yeah, no. It is. Oh, I've got a screwdriver here, which is what I used before. The risk is it will open the actual slots up. Yeah, it's trying to open the slots up. It's really stiff. That cannot be right. I mean, it's just the detents which are really stiff. The actual movement, once it's getting towards the detent, it just pops in. It's not like it's jamming. Just the detents are really strong. Oh well. I think there's enough I can do about that part. I mean, it's just a single pole. Just a single pole switch. Potentially I could change the switch. If it's that much of a problem, I could change it. How many positions got? 10 position. That's doable. I probably have something I can put in. Wouldn't be as original though, would it? Yeah, this is such a strong detent on that thing. It's horrible. I mean, it's a really nice detent, but wow, it's too strong. Think about it this way: 64 years old, detent is still really strong. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about. You know, I'm just trying to see in there what the actual detent mechanism is. My torches being glitchy, which is really helpful. Strangely, I can't actually see. I can see some of it. It's got a wire in the way. Move this wire out of the way so I can see. It's moving around a lot actually. Is it? Oh, it's got like a wire spring. Is it wire? No, it's a disc. It's a sprung disc. Where the hell's the spring? I think it's basically bending a disc. That is just excessive. I'm not liking that. This one I can turn my fingers without a knob on it. This one here, there's absolutely no way. And also very slightly different. So this one may not be original anyway, or one of them's not original. Maybe this one's already been swapped. Maybe it's the other way around. Maybe that's original and this one's been changed. They're not the same style switches. It could just be coincidence. But yeah. Not liking this. Let me see what switches I've got. Yeah, we're thinking it's going to be straightforward. Rotary switches. Plastic. It's not really the right one. And this one's only a 3 position. That's no good. So I've only got one which has actually got enough positions on it. Yeah, and that's a PCB mount version. It's not really the right one. I may have something somewhere else actually. I should actually have a look. This is what I've got in my drawers, is one of these things, which turn really easily. But as you can see, it's a PCB mount version. I mean, I could put a PCB on the back of it maybe, if they line up. I don't think they'll line up somehow. What do you reckon the chances are those things lining up with the perf board? What do you reckon the chances are those actually line up? I would be really surprised if that lines up with the perf board. Let's have a look. Bit of old perf board, and yeah, nah. As the saying goes. Let me see what else I've got. I've probably got something else. Electromechanical box. Let me have a look. Rohde switches. Let's see what I've got in here. So it gets a bit crowded. Fish everything out. I think this is too big. I think it's physically too big. I don't think that's going to fit in that space somehow. Transformer's right next to it. Well, those are the ones I was thinking of. I don't think I've got any other ones in here. I've got some 40 position channel switches. Doesn't help this though. No, I think that's all I've got. Okay. Fail. All this stuff and still not the right bits. How does it happen? I mean, soldering the wires to that would be okay. It's just not the best. Also, what's this thing rated for? Is this switch even capable of handling that voltage? Does it even say? Doesn't even say what it's capable of handling. Yeah, so this switch here, this is the selector switch for this one, which probably has full voltage across it, I'm guessing. Yeah, figuring out the diagram. Well, I mean, I don't want to crash the switch though. I mean, this is so bloody stiff. I would like to keep it this original, but yeah. Well, I mean, the guy did supply these other knobs on it. There's knobs for it, which are indeed grub screw type. This is what is supplied with it when he sold it to me. So yeah, I just don't like the fact that I'll be crushing the knob down. I mean, I might have to resort to that. If I'm going to replace it anyway, then it's already going to be knackered, isn't it? Basically. That's not the right screwdriver. sure I can get in there with that one. Oh, yes, I can. So I do have 3 of these, so I do actually have enough to do this, because that's what he supplied with it. That was his intention. We're going to try it and see if we've got anything to lose or not. There we go, that's position 1. Yeah. Well, I wasn't happy with the switch I've got for this, which is only this thing here. I mean, it'll work, probably. I don't know about the voltage rating. It's also not got proper wire attachment terminals. It's meant for PCB mount. I could make it work, but it's not great. So I might just go with replacing the knob. We'll see if it actually holds on properly or not. I can even get into it. Maybe I should have chosen a different position. Come on, get in there. Where's the slot? There's the slot. Even that's one's on a slip. Well, that'd be a no then. Yeah. Well, I was kind of hoping that would end up being in line with the slot, so it'd be that way, not that way. Let's go around. That's in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We'll set it to line position 6. That way I can get to it easier from the side of a screwdriver. That makes more sense, doesn't it? What can I shove in there? Got an old capacitor? No. Okay. I'll find something. This is supposed to be the easy thing to fix. These are the right size. Little nut. No, it's too big. What can I shove down there? Got some other nuts. Maybe I've got something which is smaller or thinner, rather. Let's have a look at this. It's probably too wide though. Goes in, but now it's too wide. Can't win. Oh, I suppose I could crush it. Do you reckon I can crush it? Do you reckon I can get away with doing that? No, I've lost it. Yeah, do you reckon I could crush it? Make it oval? That might work. Let me see if I can crush it. It is crushing, that's something. Just crushed a little bit. Need to go more yet. These things are wobbling everywhere, so it's falling off. Oh, I'm dropping it more than anything else now. So much for this being the easy repair. Whose idea was to do this one? I'll just wait, it's mine. Maybe we're not mentioning that then. Let's get in there. Oh, pieces broke off. That might help. Another piece broke off. Oh well, that'll do it then. It's only half a nut, which is elongated. That should do it. There you go, it's in. Don't want to go anywhere. So we're on position 6. Get into the slot. Oh, maybe. It would. I should have videoed that, shouldn't I? So I've shimmed the slot inside the switch with a nut. There's actually one from one of these toggle switches, right? Because I've got a few spare nuts and stuff around here from switches that have failed in the past, and you replace them, and then you got spare bits. So I took one of those nuts and I squashed it flat. And as I was almost there, some bits broke off it, but it's fine because the bits that are left still fit inside that slot. So then I was able to use that as a shim to stop the slot from closing up as I do the grub screw up in here. Well, it's not your grub screw, it's actually a slotted screw. But that seems to be holding. I don't trust it completely, but it seems to be holding. I was going to change smart. I had my heater on, but it's actually quite warm in here today, so I think I might change it to cooling because now I'm getting too hot. Right. Okay, so that's it on there. Let's just try going slightly tighter with this. I'm not completely sure it's tight enough. Right, that feels pretty rigid now. Okay, that's good. Let's see if I can just do one of these on there without destroying the thing. This one moves easier, so I'm just worried about this one slipping, but yeah. That's A over there. Point that to A. Just try it gently first. Yeah, it's working fine, great. Where's the slot in relation to this actually? Just looked at that before. Yeah, it kind of wants to offset it, doesn't it? It's not great. It probably needs something in there too. There's a bits that broke off. Let's try and find those. There's one. That sits down the bottom, doesn't it? That's about halfway down. Okay. That should work. Hopefully. Yeah, looks about right for alignment. That's looking good. Oh, it's shifted. It's slipped. Didn't do it tight enough. That turns a bit there. Come on. Let's shift it again. Oh, I'm out by one actually. God, I'm out by loads. What did happen? Over here. Glue comes to mind too. Right. Okay, I think that's right. Really not liking that one though. I wonder if I can loosen it up a bit more. Can I bend this to make it weaker? Yes, I can. I can bend it to make it weaker. Oh, hold on. Oh, God's sake. Wish I noticed that before. Check this out. That's not meant to be doing that. Switch is broken anyway. It must have been cracked before and it's just shifted off when I was moving stuff around. Because I moved that wire out of the way and stuff, didn't I? Bugger. So I managed to loosen off this spring on here to make it easier to turn. So that got better. But then just after that, this disc moved. And it's now actually dislodged. So it's like, this phenolic is actually cracked anyway. So the switch is already no good. So I did all that work for nothing, it seems. Plastic switch it might be. Damn. This is supposed to be an easy fix. It's supposed to be like a bit of maintenance, a bit of clean up, replace the cap, check the resistors, see if they need replacing. and move on. No. Why would we have anything simple? Why could we have something simple? No. Oh dear. Damn. That sucks. Oh, that sucks. It must have been sitting there the whole time just waiting to fall off. Damn. Yeah, that's. I wonder if I can glue it back together. Actually thinking about that. No, the whole disc moves. I'd only be gluing the very edges, and that probably wouldn't last. I don't like the chances of that lasting if I did glue it together. Yeah, maybe it would. And plus now I've got the deoxit on it, which is a bit oily, which will interfere with the glue sticking. Damn it. What to do? Do I try gluing it and hope for the best? Or do I replace it? Now I've freed the switch up, so it's actually not so tight anymore. Now it's actually moving freely like it should be. Damn it. Oh man, that's annoying. Do a proper job, show it for another day. Put it back on the floor in the pile. Yeah. Oh dear. Yeah, I'm gonna have to see if I don't know. Maybe the best way to do it is just, as Rob has said, put it to one side and don't try and fix it now, and get a proper switch for it, rather than trying to put one of these in. I mean, it'll work, but whether we can take the voltage, don't know. And obviously, it's not got the right terminals on it either. So, yeah. It's not quite what I planned to do today. Yeah, sucks. Oh well. Yeah, getting proper switch is probably the best thing to do. We'll blame Rob for that. Talking sense into me. Right, we'll put this to one side for now and leave it. Put the screws in here, could possibly go wrong. We're putting it upside down so we know which way around it goes. Syndicate's falling out as well. Everything's falling apart. It's a disaster. Right. We shall do something else. We shall can this one. And I have to find a switch. Is that what we should do for the rest of the stream? Is try and find a switch for it that fits? Do you reckon that's what we need to do next? I need a drink. I'll be right back. I'm just going to go up so I've got a little drink. Really should come through that door properly without walking into it. Alright. Okay, we'll work on something else, that's fine. We'll put this away for now. And we'll find a switch. It's a nice little unit. Like I said, don't know if it works yet. I was hoping to do a bit of maintenance on it and try it and see if it works. And yeah, I expected there to be nothing really wrong with it. The only real risk is that the meter's bad. She's away for another week and a half. I think it's like middle of next week she gets back, something like that. Oh, let me check. Yeah. I think maybe end of next week. It's a bit vague on there. I think it's end of next week she comes back. Yeah. In July. Beginning of July. Right. So, I have a couple of other things here to work on. Not test gear though. Let's just clean up. And we'll see what we've got to deal with. Should always clean up in between projects. Throwing stuff around. Now we're trying to get the switch back in this drawer. Oh, there we go. It's in. And put these away. Project. We have this thing. Got this sitting here for probably a month now. What is it, you ask? Next weekend, yeah, okay, Rob, that's fine. That. Maybe that one. Oh, maybe I'll put that one. Here we go. Put that one. Big ass power supply. 24 volt, 25 amps. This is out of a piece of machinery which obviously is 24 volt power supply, and it was, I think this is original REM. I think it was originally in the machine when it arrived, and it's fairly old now then, and I don't think it's ever been replaced. It's been replaced now because this was playing up, and so I was able to obtain it. Thought it might be worth a look. Now when I got it, the electricians had already pulled it apart, and so it's in lots of bits. And I managed to figure out where the bits went, so I put it back together. But yeah, it needs checking out properly and load testing and stuff like that. So yeah, I don't know how well we're going to go with that. 25 amps at 25 volts, that's a lot of power. That's 700 watts or something. So my electronic load can do 300 at a push. I do have two electronic loads. I might have to go and get the other one and stick them in parallel or something if we need to load it down that heavily. But I thought we'd have a look at it, see if we can figure out what's going on. Do I have a use for it? Not really, but it could be useful for something one day. Found the front few cat ears from cats which died long ago. How is there still finding cat ears from a cat which died 6 months ago? Bloody hell. It's not like you haven't vacuumed, you know, you vacuum the floor all the time. Anyway, never mind. Let's keep on coming. So, do a photo of this. Go on. Actually, I might zoom out slightly more. Right. So today on the bench we've got this power supply. Now this is a piece of industrial equipment out of an old machine, and I was able to obtain this when it failed. It is struggling to produce output. It will produce output, but it dies, overheats and stuff like that, or something, I don't know, but it's unreliable. It will work for a short period of time and then die. So it could be a thermal issue, it could be something else, it could be some kind of internal overload which is building up from heat. I don't know. But when I got given this thing, it had been dismantled by the electricians and there's lots of pieces. So I managed to rebuild it back together for all the bits. I think all the bits were there. And so we can take it apart again and have that fun. But this is a 24 volt, 25 amp power supply. So you know, 700 watts a night. Well, if you want to do the maths on that, go for it. Yeah, so it's fairly junky. So we'll take it apart and we'll have a look inside and see what we're dealing with here. Like I said, I did have it in bits when I got given to me, so I put it back together, but it's like a month ago. I've actually forgotten what it even looks like on the inside. So let's get it apart. Actually, I think it's a job for electric screwdriver. You have a perfect use for this power supply, do you? Didn't I give you a power supply before? What was that one? Had a fan which needs replacing in it. So many screws. Is that it yet? No, I don't think so. There's more. I'll take these two out as well. Oh, this one there too. Looking great, somebody use. Okay, cool. Is that it? No, I've got to take those out as well. There you go, I don't need to take that one out. Come on, move. No, it doesn't like it, because that's rusted in, that one. That's fine, that one can go back in there. I don't think I need to take that off. Oh, maybe I'll wait. I'll wait until I get it apart. Here we go. The fan was already unplugged. I left it unplugged. The fan there, I left that unplugged last time because I knew I was going to be pulling it apart again. Right. So here's the casing off it. Well, the bulk of the casing off it. I think I might take. Leave the chassis on. It might be alright with the chassis on. Yeah, I think I might leave the chassis on it actually. Just move it, keep it more stable instead of bending the circuit board all the time. I think I can access everything okay as it is. Let's do that. There's probably a few less screws I need to take out. That's fine. So you've got some capacitors in there, obviously. But the real question is it going to be a capacitor? Well, let's have a look around. That's not looking bulged, that's not looking bulged. Those look kind of okay. Maybe a little bit. Could be a slight bulging. This one looks slightly different to this one, for example. Maybe. Hard to tell. Nothing else around the other sides. So there's not really capacitors in here. There's a couple on this riser board here. So if there were capacitor issues, it was not much to change. And there's a couple underneath there as well. So we've got these heat sinks down here, right? Usual pet peeve: heat sinks, capacitors shoved in between them. And there's also some under there. Look, see those underneath that board? That's an interesting place to put them too, hiding out the way. You know, those heat sinks are just I don't know. Are they being used as heat sinks? I don't see anything actually on there. They may just be power rails actually. I may be giving them bad credit there. I'm being too harsh. Those aren't heat sinks, they're just rails for the powers. So these are going through these ribs down here, down to each heat sink. So that's coming down to these heat sinks here. And this one's coming down that way somehow. So yeah, I think it's alright. I don't think they actually are heat sinks, but you might get heat going through them. So maybe I'm being a bit harsh there. As far as what goes wrong with it, well, I don't know yet. It does seem to be thermal related. Because the way it'd be working, then it will cut out after a period of time. So it could be a connection issue, could be solder joints, could be the fan's dead, could be the fan. It is schematic. I haven't looked for a schematic. It could be the fan is dead. I mean, it spins, but it's not spinning freely. It's not great. So it could also be that the thermal issue is caused by the fan. I mean, it is spinning, but it doesn't feel right. It's sort of binding up in spots, like there's binding a little bit. It just doesn't feel like it's freely spinning, like it's a bit worn. So it could be the fan is actually what's wrong with it. It could be the rest of it's absolutely fine. What is that fan? Let's take the fan out. So look, we'll try powering it up. See what happens. Oh, other way. a bit dirty. 12 volt fan. Okay, we'll power this up and see what happens. See if it's a fan issue. Start with that. Yeah, it's usually the smaller caps. You go for the smallest caps first. that's the general thing. Go for the small ones and work your way up. The big ones usually do better. The smaller ones tend to struggle more. I think basically they all degrade about the same sort of rate, but the larger ones have a bit more tolerance for degradation. The smaller ones you need a bit of tolerance for it. Right, let's get some leads and try this fan out. Two by three, I do. Okay. Let's plug these leads in. So the advantage of having these little probes like this, you can shove into these little connectors. Right, that's in. Turn the power on. I mean, it's going, but it seems extremely weak. That's like, it's gradually getting faster. And now it's getting slower again. And now it's getting faster again. Can you hear it? I don't know if you can hear it or not, but it's ramping up and down. So if you guys better hear it. Yeah, it's erratic speed. So, and in fact, it seems to be going slower than I think it should be. Current is below spec. Its rating's 170 milliamps. Let's put this on camera as well. So this is rated at 170 milliamps. I think I can smell something from it too. It's only drawing about 130 to 145 or something. It's varying as well. So current was below spec. But yeah, I think this fan could be the cause of the issue. I probably got another one. Let's have a look. DC fans. That's when I do my stupid joke about fucking having fans. Shot like that, don't I? Now, like any YouTuber, I've got fans. DC fans. Okay. Do I have one the right size? Pull this out of it so you can see what I'm talking about. I've got loads of these ones. one or not. Wow. Am I really struggling for fans again? How does that happen? What? How? Oh man, come on. It's not the same size, is it? No, it's smaller. What size is this fan? $90mm? 90? Says about 91, maybe 92. I don't think I've got any fans that big. I've got these bigger ones, which are like 120. Yeah. For loads of these, I think I'm going to carry away with those ones. Got some 60s. What's in here? It's another 60, I think. 80. Well, it might be a case of downgrading the fan. I mean, it will definitely give a difference. I've got this one, which is a pulled one. I pulled it from something. I guess it wasn't too bad. That one doesn't seem too bad. It sounds okay. I might just try that one out before I go to a brand new one. Let's see what we do with this. Obviously mounting it could be a bit trickier, but there's slots, that might be right. Let's try it out first. I left one out. Right, glasses, get them right around. Right. This is also 12 volts, isn't it? Yes, better check that. Dodgy connections. Yeah, this one sounds fine. Doesn't appear to be anything wrong with this one. I guess to salvage it from something. Nice and quiet. Let's compare that flow with this one when it's working. Try and get an idea if it's similar or not. I think this one's doing very slightly more air when it's running at about the right speed, or what might be the right speed. Yeah, but it's definitely sounding rough too. It's not happy. So I think I'll go with a smaller fan and just expect that this is never going to be used at its maximum capacity. I don't know. Maybe I'll downgrade it by 5 amps or something, make it 20 amps instead of 25, that'll probably do it. Right, let's go with that. I've also got a smaller one here, which Some Chinese one, I think. Anyway, we'll leave that out. Won't use that one. We'll go with this one, which I've salvaged from something. 90mm fans, eh? Haven't got any 90mm fans. Unbelievable. This is a Edda fan. There you go. There's the details on it. So there's the details on an existing fan, in case it interests you. And this one I'm going to be putting in instead is this one, which is somewhat different. Airflow is definitely less, but it's what I've got, and it's quiet. It's really quiet, this one. It's a nice fan. But I've salvaged that from something. I don't know what I've salvaged it from, but I've salvaged it from something. Ideally I'll put the right fan in. I haven't got the right fan, and I'm not going to bother getting one for this. Although, typically like me, I probably will buy some at some point. Do that. Well, typically, me being me, now I know 90mm fans are a thing I don't have, I will probably end up buying some. But not in time to fix this. Try oiling it first. Oh, it's sounding quite rumbly as well. The bearing is sounding good. I mean, there's no reason why I couldn't try oiling it and put it back in again, but the fact the speed's ramping up and down, that's concerning. And even turning it manually, you feel like tight spots on it. So I think the bearings on it, or bushers, whatever it is that's in there, is what's his, doesn't say what it is, does it? But yeah, I think it's bad. And I don't know about getting it apart. Let's take the label off. Oh yeah, that's interesting in there. So I thought I'd pull the label back, and yeah, it's full of rust in there. That could be why it's not very happy. Yeah, I think it's 92. I measured 92 across the outside. Rusty. That's not a good sign, is it? Rusty bearings. Wow. And there is a circlip in there, which means I could be able to pull this apart, actually. Let me try and get this apart somehow. So it's all rusty inside there, and it does have a circlip in there, and I'll clean the rust out. So I'm actually going to try popping the blades off and see if I can get into it. I don't actually have proper circlip tools though, so we'll see what happens. It could just go flying. Yeah, I'll record video after I've got it off. It's less entertaining that way. Well, the fact it's got the option of taking it apart is a good thing. That might give me some hope in actually fixing it. But I mean, I know if you got these things, you can actually like replace bearings, stuff like that. There's a possibility if you're so inclined. I'm not so inclined. Can't get that base split ring to open properly. Not with those tweezers. Let me modify my tweezers slightly. I don't care about them. These are just rubbishy tweezers used for everything. Try and put a slight 8 wood outward slope on the tips. So we'll get in there with that. Is that too much? It's too much. Come on. Let's try this. I'm trying to pull them apart. Let's try and wedge them apart. Come on. Come on. Almost got it. Got it. Got it. Okay. Alright, so managed to get that apart. That's what the inside looks like. Typical brushless thing. But you can see the rust there inside that side as well. I mean, I don't know, maybe it's salvageable. Here's the bearing. Came out easy. Can I it actually feels alright. It actually feels okay. That was rumbling a bit when I was doing it by hand with the actual blades, but no, it feels okay. Maybe I'll just oil it and put it back together and see what we get. There's not a bearing here, maybe it's the other one. Could be that bearing. Oh, that one's, oh yes, that bearing there. This one's the problem. Here we go. See that? Pretty sure it's not meant to do that. Yeah. That's not quite right, is it? That bearing's gone. See, replacing bearings. Oh, bring this back into focus again. Replacing bearings isn't something I've actually done before. I've never actually bothered. I've always just replaced the fan. Yeah. But it is fixable. That's the thing here. It's fixable. Can I pop this out? Even doesn't want to pull out either. I think it moves a little bit then. It may be a case of me salvaging this fan. You think they use the same size bearings? Well, I don't have any other fans here I want to dismantle to salvage a bearing out of it. Even one like this, which I've pulled out of something else, that's a good fan. There's nothing wrong with this. I'm not going to dismantle this fan to fix this one. Yeah, it kind of wants to come out. Here we go, let's go. Got it, here it is. It's also got a little spring on there. Should record this, shouldn't I? So I managed to slide that bearing off that shaft, and there's a little spring that sits underneath it. It's a tiny little spring. Put it back on before I lose it. So yeah, this bearing here, yeah, it also feels rough. So it's got one bad bearing, one which is definitely shot. The fact it had all that wobble on the shaft means it's definitely bad. Let's just fit this on the shaft and see if this one wobbles as well. No, this one's looking fine. It's got a tiny little bit in there. Tiny bit of wobble on it, not much. So that is definitely worn as well. So if you really wanted to, you could swap these two bearings out and put new ones in and have effectively a new fan. I haven't got any bearings. Yep, I've used this Leatherman a lot. I basically use the Leatherman pretty much every day, actually. Almost every day it gets used. So what I might do is replace the fan with this other one. Not zoom out a bit. I think I might replace the fan with this other one. I'll try and get some of these bearings, and then I'll repair this fan and put this into my stock. That's probably a way to go. Or do I just get the bits for this fan and finish doing the power supply later time? Oh, this is another half-assed job. I think I should probably, because this isn't going to be the right fan for it anyway. Output's a bit weaker. I don't really want to take the bearings out of this fan though. Mind you, if I'm going to replace bearings, it doesn't really matter. Come on, I just want to get that without destroying the label to show what's actually in here. No, let's go through there, like that. Do you reckon it's the same bearing? What do you reckon the chances are it's the same bearing? So it looks very similar. Fine, let's do it. So I've been talked into trying to take the bearings out of this other fan which I've got sitting here, which is a good fan. See if I can get it out this way. Try and get these little circlips out. Here's a circlip. Because maybe it's got the same size fan in it, same size bearing, maybe. So I can get that circlip out. It's hard to do when you bent your tweezers. Okay, there's that one. Where's the old circlip gone? Here it is. Mustn't lose that. You can't need that back. So is it the same bearing? It's got a washer on top of it. The other one didn't have that. So it looks very similar. So it looks promising. Actually, I think that might work. So this construction is this. It's got a spring that goes on top of that. And it's got a washer on top of that bearing as well. So unless you've got washers in it, it's like this one's got better construction. Interestingly. Let's try and slide this bearing out. There we go. So let's do that. Let's just rebuild this fan. I'm going to go give it a clean first before I rebuild it. Let's take the spring off before I lose it. And I'll come right back. Yes, I know it makes sense, damn it. Talking sense into me. This is no bloody good, is it? Talking sense into me. Just get some tissue. Get some clean one I'm at actually. Wash this apart. That's really grimy. I might go and give this a clean outside. Let's stay it there. Actually, I'll do it over the bin. I'll go and move over to where the bin is. I don't know. People talking sense into me. It's just horrendous. It's quite sticky grime, this one. Actually, it's quite like stuck to it. It's not just dust. Because it's like residual fumes and God knows what kind of crap's in there. Anyway, so we'll fix the fan. That's good. We'll get that bit done. Then I might just replace those capacitors in the power supply anyway. Those smaller ones. I might just do it anyway. I might leave the big ones. We'll see. See how it comes out. They seem alright or not. Next time I snap on the fan blades off trying to clean it. That'd really fix the problem, wouldn't it? Yuck. I didn't do the inside bit. Okay, let's do that bit. Yeah, even if the inside is absolutely filthy. Better. $80mm better? Okay. Yeah, I've got a couple of 80mm, well not many, I've only got a couple here. Seems I've got loads of 120s. I guess I shorted those one time. Okay, so we've got a spring that goes in. Just video this. So I've given both of these housings a bit of a clean up, well this one could actually use some more. So we've got a spring that goes in first. We get one of these salvage bearings from the other motor, the other fan. Let's just check it. If it was good, we'll drop it in. Yeah, that fits beautifully. That's exactly right. Now I'm going to put a bit of oil on that, a little drop of oil. A drop, I mean, in my case, it's probably going to be half a can. Yeah. Yeah, this is going to go everywhere. Yeah, that's not too bad. Let's put some on that one as well. Tiny little bit, as that work its way in. Let's try and give it some more of a clean. I didn't quite get it all. So those will go on the other fan. Film this. Alright, so let's put this on top. That should go in. Right, that's in there. Chop in the other bearing. Okay. Now I've got these two split pins, both of which are bent, trying to get them out. We'll try and straighten them back up again. Well, not split pins, they're circlips. Split pins, bloody hell. Circlips, I know what they're called. Let's just straighten these up so I can get them back on. And close it back up again. And hopefully I can pop it back on without too much hassle. Right, we'll give that a go. This one goes ping and disappears. I need to put something underneath here to hold the blades up. How appropriate. And we use this tweezer. Come on, get on there. And you guys can't see a damn thing I'm doing because my hands are in the way. It's okay, it makes two of us. Okay, I think that's on. That's on. Let's try it out. That's definitely spinning a lot better now. Much, much better. I think I'll do is I'll shove these back into this other fan housing so I don't mess up how it was. So I know how it's constructed. Yeah, I already put some oil on it. Put some oil on the bearings already before I installed them. So I'm back together for now until I get those parts. Let's power this up and see what happens. See if it runs any faster as well. That could be something. These probes have definitely seen better days. I should really give them a clean. It's just had a bit of arcing going on when I've been doing this sort of thing before. Well, I've got to hook up the power supply. We'll try this out and see if it falls apart or if it's dead. Well, current's actually dropped about 15 milliamps as well. Interesting. Well, it's working alright. And its output's definitely increased as well. It's definitely going faster. Yeah, I think that's all good. Happy with that. I'll put this back in. And it's still spinning. It's going to give this housing a bit of a clean before I put it back in. It's a bit dirty. Where's my brush? Be right back. Hey, where'd my solder iron go? Oh. Ian let me down. He usually says, quick, someone's doing soldering iron. He didn't do it this time. No, which way do I have that wire coming out? Where's the plug for that gone? I've lost the plug. Where's the plug go? Where's the plug go? Oh, there it is, right there. Okay. So, let me put it that side. Okay. Now, do I have it blowing air in or sucking air out? The way it was mounted was sucking air out. Yeah, that's probably fine. Probably overthinking it. Yeah, I'm thinking now I should get some bearings. I'm sure I can get like boxes of them from China or something. Because I never actually bothered to do that. I've always just replaced the fan. And obviously, if I can just replace a bearing. And it's been other fans I've looked at and I haven't actually been able to do that. It's not been possible. So I've actually looked at it before, but I don't know what the story was of that fan. Maybe it's just one that wasn't designed to be fixed. It's quite possible. So, I should definitely get some of those bearings. Does someone want to find me an AliExpress link? Of course, what I should have done is measured it first before I put it back together. It's fine. I've got the other one. I can get the bearing sizes of that. Okay. So that part there is really. Let's turn this back off. These caps don't feel bulged. No, that's good. So those ones I think are alright. So we got 3 on no 4. 2, 3, 4. Yeah, there's 4 on the main board, which I can get to easily. The ones on the sub board are going to be harder because I'll have to desolder that board to get that out. I'll take all those out to get that board out. I don't think I can get to them from here. Not really. Might have to do that. And just replace all the small caps and done with it. Then it's like refurbished. It's got some glue in there. I can go. Yeah. I think that's what I'm going to have to do is desolder that board. Get that board out so I can replace those caps. Now I know that the power supply that replaced this one, that power supply cost, I think it was about $500. Yeah. Actually I should probably mention that in the video. So when this power supply was replaced, I was looking at them because I was trying to find ones which may be useful in case I had trouble finding a suitable power supply. And it was about $500 to replace this power supply. So that's kind of what it's worth. It's $500. Obviously new. Used is going to be less than that, but yeah, that's quite a cost. Pretty chunky power supply, right? Okay, so I'm going to have to do. Obviously, the next thing I want to do is replace these caps. Always need to replace caps because
it's always a capacitor.
And I'm going to have to desolder this board and to get that board out to take the ones off that sub board, which are that little riser card which is in there, that little riser one, because it's got a couple of caps on there that need to come out. So I can't get to them without taking that board out, unfortunately. So it's a bit more work. But there's 4 on the main board I can see down there. There may be some others tucked around. It's the only ones I can see, which I'll replace. I'm not going to worry about these ones, or these big ones. They're probably fine. Although I could check them. I could test them. Alright. Well, actually, there's 2 under there as well as 8 of them. They're probably okay. Probably, but yeah. I'll do the smaller ones. The smaller ones are always the ones that give trouble. Always. So I'm going to find these caps first. I'm going to replace the smaller caps on this board first, and I'll take the riser card out after that and go from there. Now, where's the cap? Now we'll try and figure out where the footprint here is relative to the capacitor. I think it's this one here. Or maybe not, I don't know. We'll find out. May not be that one. Where is it? I don't know. Could it be those ones there instead? Where's my torch on? think those are the right ones. Okay. Let's do it this way. Where's it gone? I'm sure those are the right ones. It doesn't seem to be related. I'm not sure. Maybe it is. Double-sided board as well, which doesn't help. There we go. No, it is that one. It is right. Wasn't wrong. Just took a while to get the heat to get through to the other side. Right. Come on. Cooperate. And the negative is the bottom side. It's one leg out. Come on. Cap's getting pretty hot. It's not being a struggle. Oh, they're not all like this. Okay, got it. So I'll find out what it is. 25 volt, 330. Okay. KME. Sam Young. Never heard of them. I'm trying to get my drawer open so I can get a capacitor out. Come on. Too many. What's this one? It's close enough. That's a 330. 25 volt. Hitano. I don't know where I got that from. Let's just have a look, shall we? 324 dissipation 0.05 in the original. 300 dissipation 0.15. So yeah, bit of cap. Try and clean these holes out. You found some bearings, have you? Yeah, it's just, I'm just going to replace them anyway because it's easy to do it. Just do it instead of messing around. Oh, is it okay or isn't it okay? You don't know for sure. If you replace a cap, then you know your cap's alright. You know, it's going to last for another 10 years rather than maybe it'll blow up next week. Even if it is okay now. Negative down. Give you a chance to fly through the board. I mean, the issues this thing had could entirely have been that fan. It could have been that's all that was wrong with it. But whilst we're in here, we might as well do some preventative work and replace the caps, which are going to be old. This thing is... oh, this is power supply. This is going to be probably about 18 years old if it's OEM. Do you have a date on it? Any dates anywhere? Didn't look for that, did I? Might have a date somewhere. Nothing obvious. Maybe on a chip. We better sit on the chip maybe when we pull it out. Anyway, let's get the next cap out. So the next one is there next to fuse. Negative downwards again. There's the fuse. So I think it's that pair there. Let's get this a bit better set up for you guys to see what I'm doing. In there somewhere. This one here, I think. Yep, that one there. Come on. No, one side's going to be stubborn. Now I've lost where it is. There it is. Okay. I've lost the capacitor. I can't find it. Come on, fall out. Convenient for fall out. Yeah, it didn't fall out. Okay, what's this one? This is another Samyang 10 volt 220. It's a good job of using these caps because I'm having trouble getting these drawers open because I've got so many in them. Right, something equivalent, some low voltage thing. Have we got anything at low voltage down there? Not very. Might be a physically larger one. What's this one? 25 volt, might have to do. I'll put those back in again yet, I might have to get them back out. Bit of work after all this. So you find out it's the big caps. You don't like how the white wires go through the heatsink fins? Yeah. This transformer takeoff, that's interesting. I think that's from the main switches. That's the main switches. Yeah, the switches are here. So there's two wires going to the primary of that transformer. The cat's woken up. I'll go and let him out. Hold on. Come on. Tom. Come on. Tom. Come on, get out. Silly cat. He likes to go out the other door. Sometimes you walk all right to the other room to let him out the other door because that's what he wants. That's the one he goes out of. Not this one. No, it's the wrong door. Alright, that's those two. Next one is... It's also right next to a power resistor. Well, not really a power resistor, but a fairly large resistor. Probably make sure they're bent away from that a little bit actually. Keep the heat away from those two capacitors. Here's the third one. There. Also negative. Which way's negative on that one? Downwards, I think. No, negative upwards on this one. Negative upwards on this one. Okay. Right next to a little heatsink on a transistor. Of course it is. Boot to 6 exit. Yeah. Yeah. Now, where the hell's that part? I'm just trying to figure out where it is. It's around here somewhere. That one there. Okay. Not much luck with this desoldering gun today. This really doesn't want to behave and help me out today, does it? Do it the other way. Come on. There's not enough solder on it to actually work. Here we go. Negative upwards. Don't forget that. Let's just clean this hole out. I need some more heat on this. Maybe that's what I need, a bit more heat. Right, what we got? This one here. It's a 50 volt 47 microfarad. .63 volt, close enough. Oh, you've gone blind. Should check these other caps out as well and see what they actually like. One more to pull out from this board. I've got the fun of desoldering the other board from it. And based on how hard it's been to get these ones to come out, that could be fun. Let's see what these are like. Usually I wash my hands, they're filthy from handling this thing. Right, this one here, this is 200 microfarad, dissipation 0.46. She's dead. 20 microfarad down as well. So this one's a 47. Measures 43, dissipation 0.07. Not too bad. So one of those is definitely dead. So yeah, they're doing the right thing replacing it.
It's always a capacitor.
Just gotta wash my hands and we'll come right back. Right, hands washed. Actually, I might take the opportunity to have some snack. Had my breakfast, which is a snack bar, because, you know, streaming. No, this. I cleaned the filters not too long ago. It should be right. Mind you, I haven't checked the base filter. Right. One more there. A bit there. Let's try the fresh solder technique, eh? I haven't done it yet. That usually helps. Solder fumes on your food. What's unhealthy about that? Nothing, it's fine. Fuck. Definitely struggling. Maybe we should replace the filters rather than cleaning them. One leak's free. It's moving. Right. Yeah, I reckon this filter's doing it doing. It definitely isn't working as well as it normally does. Negatives towards the terminals at the back, by the way. Come on. It's too solder. Cooperate. It's too soldered, but the capacitor doesn't know it's too soldered yet. It's resisting. But it's a capacitor. Yeah. Okay. Let's test this one. 450 microfarad, 0.07, and it's a 470, 35 volt. So again, not too bad. 470s. Seventy 35 volt, eh? Right. Try and dig one from the bottom of the tray because they've been in there for a while. Oh, I don't know. That's 10 volt. That's not going to do it. Okay. 16. Might not be at the bottom of the tray. 25. 25. This is a bit big. That's a 50. 25 again. I think I need some 35 volt caps. Loads of 25s. Well, got a 50. That's what that'll have to do. I've got to try and get the drawer back in again. Right. Okay. And then after this one, we've got the fun of trying to get that board out. Which means I might have to clean the filters on my desoldering gun before I do that, because otherwise I may not be able to get the board out based on how it's behaving. It's not doing very well. Okay. Yeah. I was into this out not long ago, so I'm surprised it's got an issue. Suction there seems fine. So it's probably this which is the problem. I think that's had it, eh? We'll put a new one in. I've got a new one here somewhere. Somewhere. Come on, where are they? Here we go. You filter. Now, where do I put the disc? There it is. Right. Mustn't lose all the bits. Now the filter goes behind the disc, not in front of it, okay? Goes like this. Otherwise it gets soldered straight onto the filter element and messes it up. Maybe that's it. Hey, we'll give it a try. Put some fresh solder on, we'll get this thing out. Yeah, I thought I'd cleaned that thing a while ago, but well, I did clean it, but I guess I missed that filter. I think maybe I just emptied it out. Maybe it's just full of solder and I emptied it, and that's all I did. It's possible. Anyway, let's do that. Let's fresh solder on those. I should do a bit of video for this, explain what I'm doing. So I've replaced the 4 capacitors on the main board now, and now I'm going to take out that little riser board which is in there, that edge board which has got these connections. Was it 14 connections, something like that maybe? Put some fresh solder on those pins. Now I'm going to desolder them, take that board out and replace those 2 caps. Let's find out how good it is now. Slipping. Don't slip. I wonder if I did need a bit more heat on this though. Seems like it needs a bit more heat. Let's get it more. Let's get another 10. 360 now. That one didn't desolder. Big ground plane, I think. Still doing something. I'll have to go over a couple of times because it's double-sided board as well, so I've got to get the heat right through as well. Tinning the tips. Okay. Well, I do put fresh solder on the joints sometimes, like I've just did on this one. In fact, I quite often do it, but I was being lazy before. When I was doing the actual capacitors. This little desolder gun's done alright. I mean, because I got it for free, of course, because I got it for review. It's been pretty good. It's a lot better than the one I was using. Now let's see what we've got here as far as movement. How many of these have actually desoldered? Like different tweezers. Not moving, not moving, not moving, not moving, not moving, not moving, and not moving. This is going great. Not moving, not moving. Nope, nope, nope. Oh yes, we've got a winner. Oh, this is going to be great. Okay. Oh, I'm looking forward to getting this one out. Okay, there's another technique I could try using, which I reserve for stubborn situations. These things. They may or may not work. Get the one which is smallest fit over the pen. Don't think it's that one. I think this is probably the smallest one that will go over. Right. So these little pins. So basically it's a little desoldering thing. So you can push this over a pin. I'll do a video about this. I'll talk about it on video. So when you've got desoldering which is a bit stubborn like these ones are being, a little trick you can do is you can get these little pins like this, which are basically hollow tubes. See that? You get them a set, different sizes. And what they allows you to do is you can heat the joint up and you can actually slide this over the pin. So you get a pin like, say, I don't know, let's go to this one here. We'll slide over that one. So you heat that one up, you put it over the pin, and then you should be able to push this through the hole, and that then breaks the solder contact, and then you can slide it back out again. You've got to get the one which is the closest fit as possible to the pin, so you can get it through the hole. Hopefully this will be going through the hole. So I'll try it and see if this will work. It may or may not work. Might get lucky, it may not. But we'll try it. Try and do it so you can see what I'm doing. Do that too. Solder is melted, but that is not going through the hole. Yeah, hole's too small, I think. Why has it gone through? Hard to tell, actually. Is that pulling out? No, it's not going through the hole. Hole's too small for this one. That's a shame. These ones won't work in this case, but sometimes they do work because these are square pegs, like square pins for headers, so they're a bit bigger than normal. So in this case it will work. Oh well, we'll keep playing around. Hi Christine. Yeah, nah. Let me get the cat back in again, he's complaining. Oh well, we'll keep persevering with this and it will come out eventually. We'll give it some more heat on the solder gun to go up another 10 degrees to go 370, and I will put some fresh solder on these again. I'll just resolder them again. Tom, go away, you're noisy. It's not even my cat, it's my stepson's cat. He doesn't even live here. He got a cat before he actually had his own place, and resulted in him not being able to have a cat. So, resulted in I was apparently holding another cat. Anyway. Bit of a pain, but that's what it is. Alright, let's try this again. Actually, I'll put some... no, I won't put flux on. I'll think about putting flux on. I won't. Let's try this again. Three out of 4 fingers of solder paste on them. Thermal paste on them. Yeah. You don't want to get that stuff, yeah. It makes a hell of a mess. Tom, what do you want? Because I'm ignoring him. Being really stubborn. It's ground plane. Let's look at these ones and see if these moved this time. First one, yes. Second one, yes. Third one, yes. Fourth one. no. Fifth one, no. Sixth one, no. Last two should go, but they haven't. There's all this bloody ground plane stuff going on there. Do us two again. I think the big thick ones I'm going to have to do later on as I'm leaving the board out. Getting some progress, we've got some of them done. Yes and yes, great. So I've got two in the middle there, which is the big ground plane, which I have to do manually with the board. Let's carry on with the next ones. There's also got a big ground plane there. There's the orange. No, it's not. It's completely black. It's a black cat. Now your cats have turned up looking for the cat. Awesome. He's a very talkative cat, this one. He talks a lot. It's actually a bit annoying when I'm trying to do video. Try and kick him out and all sorts of stuff. Those ones have been stubborn as well. I think they're ground plane or power plane or something on the other side. Come on. All these ones are really struggling this side. Not really melting either. Yeah, Kitty wants my attention. He always wants my attention. He's a very needy cat. These ones going. That's moving. That's moving. Almost moving. That moves. That moves. That moves. Nope. So two middle ones again. Oh, that's just freed up. So the fourth one up, or the very middle pin, is not moving. So we're getting there. We've only got 3 pins that haven't freed up yet. Probably because it's got ground planes. You're back again. What do you want? Yeah. Yeah, that's moving now. Great. That one's barely moving. I'm not sure that one's actually released properly. Might do that one again as well. Yep, that's 3 now. So there's 2 over there. Which means I can probably grab up with the ball and pull it out when I'm hitting it up. What do you want, Cat? solder one actually. Do that now. Use the fluxy one. Try and get it dropped through the board. It's been a pain to get out. There we go. It's out. You want to see the cat? You want some cat cam? Well, I don't need a cat scan like we used to have. That cat's dead now. It's a shame. I used to like that cat. Right, come here. Come here, you monster. Stand there. Right, there he is. Here's a huge cat. Yeah. Come on. He weighs something like 7 kilos or something. It's big. Alright, it's there's a video on this bit. So I finally got the board out. That was a bit of a mission, and so we've got 2 capacitors on here to take out, and we've got some glue which I need to kind of finish peeling off. I've got that off already a little bit, but that's from where it's secured in place so it doesn't rock around and have vibration issues breaking the solder joints along the bottom there, which is good. That's good. There's good little attention to detail thing there going on. But I need to get this glue out. It's a bit like silicone really, or anything else. But just to help stabilise it. So I'm going to get this out of the way so I can get that capacitor out. What we got here anyway? Looks like the same brand again. What was that brand? Samyang. So it's 50 volt, 3.3 microfarad, not 33, bit of a difference. And a 10 microvolt, 50 volt. And these don't actually have temperature ratings on them. Interestingly, there's no rating for temperatures on there. Anyway, so yeah, 3.3 and a 10. Let's get those. By 50 volt, wouldn't they? It's 105 degree, 50 volt. And my soldering iron's woken up for some reason. And 10, wasn't it? It was 10. Yeah. Got one from the bottom. Try and get the older stock first. So it's 63, close enough. Right. Let's do the 10 first. Negatives towards the edge of the board. This one's easy. So it should be. Oh, it's how it's supposed to be. I should probably record video about this, shouldn't I? I'm not record video, it's horribly wrong. So that's a 10. Which way did I say it was? Negative to the edge of the board. That's a 10. Negative to the edge of the board. That cat is cheeky. If I get out of my chair and it's nearby, he immediately jumps. Literally, if I'm out of the chair for like 3 seconds, he's in it. So when you have a chair, that's it. It takes it. And he will not get out. You have to drag him off the chair. Refuses. He knows what he wants, and that's what he's doing. quite an interesting character. So no, the cat is strong on that cat. Cat is strong as that one. Not cats alike. Okay, negative towards the edge of the board again, that way. Default 85C, it probably is. Hey, really? Really, yeah? Sorry? Yep. Yep, I do. Like the hotspot, don't I? Well, I've taken that cap out already. I've put the new one in. Just going to take this one out. So the first one was a 10 microfarad. This one's a 3.3, both 50 volt rated. Come on. Glue's in the way. Trying to straighten the pin up at the same time. If I can. This one's going to be awkward because I'm recording now. This blocking. Hold on. Where's my cleaning tip? There we go. Of course, now recording is, you know, it's going to be cleaning because, you know, that's what it does. Right. Because of that glue being there. The first one they soldered beautifully. This one's being a pain. Alright, let's just do it this way. I'll clean the hole out after. Be easier. Because it's got a ground plane on it. There we go. Come on, desolder both sides. This really is going pain. Yeah. So, because I'm recording. It's got to be ground plane. Struggling with that. Here we go. Right. This one in. Right, got that one out, so it's all cleaned up. New one's installed. Solder them in. Got the ground plane here, which is always going to be a pain. Got to get soaked through because it's double-sided ground plane, so soak it through the board. Don't like to put too much heat on the capacitor for too long because it doesn't, you know, it's not a good thing for them. But sometimes you need to because you got to get the heat through. Let's do it this way. Right. Don't think I shorted anything out, I'm just going to double check. Because there's a component right next to it, but I think they're supposed to be linked together. Want to be sure. Yeah, that's right, they go together. Clean this up. Anyway, how's it going? Yeah, it's been a while. Cap test, yeah, I'll check them. Fine, I'll check them. That's the new ones installed. Okay. Twist it around. So this one's measuring 2.8.1 dissipation. Getting up there a little bit. And that is the 3.3, so it's dropped a little bit. And this one here is the 10 microfarad. And that's measuring 8.8 with 0.1 dissipation as well, so also increased slightly elevated. So we're on the way out, I think. Okay, let's give this a clean here before I solder this in. So I've got two holes there which aren't cleaned out. That's those ground plane ones, which are being a pain. But now the pins aren't there, I can probably get those out now. Let's do that. Yeah, easy. Having the pins there makes a big difference. Okay, let's get some flux on this one. I'm going to use flux on these. Just because I want some more stuff to clean up, you know. I'm just going to put the pins like this to get some on the pins before I put it on the other side. Okay. I'm just going to reinstall the board. I've put some flux on it already, cleaned up the connections and stuff like that. Just so it's all nice and fresh and clean and ready to go. So now I should be able to get the board lined up, hopefully, and drop the pins through. That's one side, that's the other side. Great. That's in place. Let's solder it. We'll tack a couple of pins in and I'll flip it over. That's in a different place than it was in the other. I was in the other row of pins before, wasn't I? Does that matter? No, it wasn't. Is that Ren? I was thinking because there was two rows of pins, thinking, why is there two rows? Is it because they've got slightly different wiring? But no, that's right. I'm in the right row. It's okay. Pays to be sure. So that one's in. That should hold it. Just making sure this one's done. Yep. Right. Yeah. High current power supply. Yeah, that's right. It's a switcher board. Well, presumably a switcher board. I expect it is. Hardest part of this is soldering it without blocking the camera. Gonna do one of the little pins like this. Turn around some more. There we go, middle pin's done. Next pin. Ground plane. More ground plane. One last go over it. Right, clean up. Also got to clean up the other capacitors and stuff I did as well. Right, that's probably good enough. Check for shorts. Yeah, 2 rows, yeah, I've seen that too. Trying the tweezers between each pair of pins, or each pair of pins is alright, I suppose. Still, I always get a bit of flux build up between the two, just making sure there's no shorts between them. Right, that's all looking alright. I'm happy with that. So I think I can put this back together again. I'm at the point now where my oven chest is out of caps here. I haven't checked these big ones, so I've replaced all the small caps and on the ones that's Schwarz card here. It kind of needs resecuring, doesn't it? Oh, that's pretty solid. It's not too bad. I'm actually not worried about it, to be honest. Mechanical vibration may be an issue. Don't put it, don't mount it on a motorbike, I suppose. That'd probably be key there. I'll check these caps and see what those look like, because that's, you know, only these two big ones here and those ones I haven't done. Let's just measure those, see what we get. Now, someone watched one of my videos and emailed me the plans for the stand for this. I've forgotten whose name it was now, but is it Roy or Ray, or was it Ray? Maybe. Yeah, someone emailed me those. I was thinking, okay, cool, yeah, that's helpful. Now these are all in parallel, so I'm not quite sure what I'm going to get. 0.21, 17,000 microfarad, 0.21, and they're all in parallel together. Yeah, you got 3 in parallel. Yeah, all 6 in parallel there, and these are probably the same. they're certainly in parallel together. 0.26 700, yeah, so we've got all 8 caps here in parallel together. 0.26 ohms, 8 parallel caps. Maybe it should be lower. Still seems reasonable, but 17,000. Let's see what we get as far as if we can see values on those caps. Right, can we see values at all? Not really. See 35 volt, 2,200. There we go. So if we've got 8 of those, that's 1760. So it's 17,600. So we actually got 100 microfarad more than the rating. So those don't sound too bad, do they? I haven't got any data for this. I haven't even looked for data for this. I mean, there may be data for it. I just haven't looked. But the fact the fan was definitely bad, that could have been all it was. I mean, this would have been loaded up quite heavily. So, and replacing those caps, we did find, you know, these caps were a bit dodgy. There was a couple there which were quite bad, and the others were moderately alright. Maybe starting to go. So I'm fairly confident that it was a mostly heat and those caps being a bit marginal, and also those other ones which are quite bad. Let's just have a little look here on this edge of the board. It's a bit dusty here. Just check for corrosion. It's right by the fan. So the fan could be sucking in God knows what. And maybe shorting stuff out too. Definitely a bit of yeah, issue with the joints not being particularly shiny there. Underneath they're looking okay though. Give it a bit of scratch here, alright. It's mostly just debris, I think. Yeah. This one's looking worse. Just junk. There is some corrosion on the track as well. Solder mask was lifting off that one. So there is a little bit going on there. Yep, solder mask coming off in this track just here. Oh, I'm still recording. Yeah. Right, so here, I was just sort of cleaning up around here with the brush and stuff, and I could see the bit of junk, and I was scratching this track here, and the solder mask was just falling off. So there's some corrosion underneath the solder mask on this track here. So I might just give this a scratch back and tin it. The track seems intact. Seems intact. Sometimes it can be hard to tell. Let's see where it goes. It's like it goes around the corner there. It goes up that way. Okay. No, the track seems alright, but yeah. The fact the solder mask was falling off means it's got corrosion underneath it, and it was looking a bit yucky. So that's exactly what I'll do. Is I'll give that a bit of a clean up there and put some solder over it. I'm going to use the heavy flux one. There you go. track is protected. A bit of a clean. Yes, I could get cotton bud out, but I've got this sitting here, so I'm going to use this. Here we go. The rest of it is looking pretty dirty, you know. Just general grime, but I think it's okay. There seems to be that one spot from what I can see. Yeah, ripple count would be something I'll have to be checked, but I don't know what the actual spec is for it. No, right. Yeah, I've seen lots of older test gear where the surface is all ripply. Like you're saying, it's all just covered in ripple when it's got a solder mask over the top, and it is just the solder underneath. Like I said, it hasn't been levelled, so it's not a dead smooth surface. But this was definitely corrosion. Anyway, that'll do. I think that'll be right. Yeah, and like I said, I don't like this. I mean, they've been glued in, but this bit here I don't like. It's glued on top, but yeah, since you got that mains going through there, it seems following this side. This side I'm not liking that much. I might put a bit more in there just to stop it from rubbing. It seems kind of okay, but yeah, it ain't the best. It really isn't. Looks like they basically shoved some glue in, shoved the wires in, and shoved some more glue over the top. Yeah, needs a bit of work. Hey Peter. Right, let's just get my desk tidied up. It's getting a bit messy again. I don't think we need the oil anymore. So what do you reckon the bets are that this is actually going to work? Are we going to take any bets on that? Have I made it worse? Is it you know, completely dead now? Is it going to go bang? So I'm just going to clean up a bit, then I'll carry on. It's getting a bit ridiculously crowded with junk. Anyone had a look for power supply for this thing? Power supply, a diagram for this? Manuals or anything? Well, probably diagram. Anyone have a look for this? There's the details on it. ESF 600 24 by Suntronics. You want to find that? Best streams with a boom, yes it is usually. Boom is usually makes the best stream. Everyone wants to have a stream which you know, everything explodes. Slide this back in here. Which way does it go? It goes on the outside, that's right. Outside. I've got to plug this cable in as well yet. see what I'm doing. Oh, I wonder if they plug the cable in and mount the fan. Why don't I do it that way? It would be easy that way. Oh, all these screws. So many screws. I'll start with this one. So what I did last time, I just found, I started with the countersink screws and went from there, and then worked my way around. Because the countersink screws, the countersink screws only have to go in one place, obviously. There's one spot for them, so the chance of getting those wrong is pretty small. And if you could test, oh come on, I've got to commit to this. You have to be committed. You have to put all the screws in. I'm this confident it's going to work. Oh, are you talking sense again, Rob? Damn it. We'll try covering this side as well. Yeah, just hold the sides out so I don't touch anything. I should put these ones in as well. Which screws are they? Use these ones here. I need to go and get a cable with a wire on it. I've got some of those, I'm not worried about that. Come on, go in. Oh. Okay. Right. Oh, I've got faith in it, alright. Okay. So that should be open for 220 volt input. FG is obviously ground, so I need a cable for this. Let's get one. I know I've got some. I just had to find it. Here it is. This says ACN, doesn't say live and neutral. Interesting. And this doesn't have a stripped off earth for some reason. That's weird. Strange. Well, I don't say live and neutral, so I'm just going to shove them straight in. What could possibly go wrong? It's not like it's going to go bang or anything. Yes, stuff blows up from time to time. It just happens. Let's just do that. Right, let's do some basic safety checks. Some kind of check is better than no check. Knock the camera over, would be great. Did I plug the fan in? Yeah. I plugged the fan in, it's fine. Right. Earth on the plug, earth to there. Yes. Earth to the casing. Yes. Okay, we've got earths. No shorts between nose and earth. Nope. No apparent shorts. Earth resistance is about 0.2 ohms or something. So look, I'll show you actually. You know, I didn't even show you. Could do that. I should probably do this on video too. So I've put it back together again. I've put a cable on. I'm just about to power it up, but first we need to make sure it's going to be safe. So I've got the cable hooked up. It's going to go there to the casing here, and you can see you've got 0.2 ohms there. So that's basically lead resistance off the meter, 0.2 ohms. No issues with grounding, and I've checked for shorts between the phase of neutral and earth. There's nothing there on that one, and on this one, nothing there. So we're looking pretty safe to plug it in. Start recording in 240 frames a second or something, you reckon? Now don't think I don't have a load on this thing, so there's no loading. Whether it'll want a load or not, I don't know. It may not like not having a load. Right. Yeah, I'm going to put it on electronic load yet. I'm going to verify the output before I put it on electronic load. That'll work, eh? Right. Set this up so we can see everything. Putting this. You ready? Okay. Right, let's power this thing up. It's either going to go bang, it's going to be a big ball of flames, or nothing's going to happen. Or it could work, of course. That's also the very remote possibility that could actually work. Now, I don't have any loading. I've only got the multimeter on the end. It may want loads. Sometimes switch mode power supplies like a load on the output, or require a load on the output, I should say. So we'll see what happens. We'll give it a try. And hold on. What am I forgetting? Oh, safety sequence. I've got my safety sequence on. Oh, look at that. 24 volts. It's drawing 11 watts from the power supply. 11 watts is going in. So it's 0.12 amps going in at 230 volts. So, as you can see over here, hopefully. And it's bang on 24 volts. That's promising. Let's put this on electronic load and see what happens. I'll just take the one down again. There you go. Takes a while to turn back off, doesn't it? Right, let's get something on this thing to hook up to electronic load. Yeah, it's a lot of current. What cable's going to use for this? You have to use these cables. They might be big enough. Ripple offload, yes, that's true. I can check that too. I can do that before I turn the electronic load on. Just attaching the cables to the load. Or even put one right around. I found that tends to work quite well if you put one right around. Amp rated is enough? Yeah, well, you know. If you want to go bang, you want to go bang really well. Put these capacitors away before I knock them over. So the electronic load is turned on. It's set to constant current 30 amp range, 36 volt range, so that's fine. It's all in spec for that. We're finished with this now. We go to electronic load display. Oh, that's right, and do ripple, won't we? Ripple. Let's check ripple. With and without load. Right. So I've got it hooked up to the electronic load, not powered up yet. Well, it's powered up but not activated yet. Let's turn the power back on again. Now I'm going to check AC ripple on the outputs with no load. Basically nothing. It's normal to see this drop down to like 1 millivolt or something like that on this meter. It's fine, there's nothing there basically, right? So let's get this electronic load set up, and I'm going to do what current I'm going to do here. Let's start off with, say, like, let's just do 1 amp to start with, right? Just nice and low, nice gentle start. And we'll monitor these at the same time. Check the ripple. So 1 amp. No worries at all, no loading. That's just doing 24 watts, so almost no stress on it. Okay, let's wind this up a bit. Five amps. So it's 120 watts. Ripple's still good. 10 amps. So that's 240 watts. Ripple's still good. And 12 amps is the high I can go on this. At this voltage, that's 280 watts, or 287 watts, is showing up on here. And it still ripples fine. So that's like half the capacity of what this is rated for, and there's no signs of issues. And I do voltage. It's dropped marginally, almost nothing. If I drop the current back down again, let's go down, say 5 amps or something. and voltage is insignificant drop. 1 amp, yeah. It's got a tiny little bit of drop there. Once you get above 3 amps, it seems to be pretty much, that's the voltage it sits at. So that's fine, it's working alright. Well, the thing is though, that 12 amps is putting a lot of stress on my electronic load. Now my electronic load, although it's capable of doing 300 watts, that's not how it started out. It used to be a 200 watt electronic load, which has been modified to become 300 watts. Now it can do it, but I don't want to leave it sitting there under full load for a long time. I have a solution to this, and that's to go and get a second electronic load and plug in 2 loads at once, stick them in parallel, and load up even harder. These cables, Anna, these are, what were these? I think these were 2 gauge. I think they were 2 gauge. Memory. So yeah, I think they're rated like 120 watts, 120 amps or something like that. 1 by 35. So is that 1 gauge? Do you reckon my electronic load can take 12 amps for a period of time? Knowing that it used to be a 1020, not a 1030. If you're worried about overloading the electronic load, I don't like to run things at max. I can certainly run it, say, no, I'll come at it longer anyway. We'll put power on it again. So I'm going to load it up a little bit. So I'm doing 8 amps, alright? I'm comfortable sit at 8 amps because that's 190 watts, 191 watts is showing up on here, and you know the load should be able to do that without worrying about it. Same hardware as you know. Yeah, I think it is too, but I don't like to push things to the limit. I mean, there is actually space on the circuit board there for a secondary load resistor. And like current shunt, the actual current shunt part, there's like a space on the board for 2 of them in parallel, which makes you wonder if there is maybe a potential difference. Anyway, it's just currently setting up 200 watts basically, doing 8 amps. So, you know, it's that third of its output power. I'll leave that going and see how it goes for a while. I mean, the fan's running fine, air coming out, doesn't feel hot. Yeah, it's probably fine. I would like to get my other electronic load and load it up at 2 loads. Give it a real test. Yeah, the current shunt is right at the front, right behind the terminals. So the terminals go through, it's got some metal plates, and then right behind those are the actual, well, is a current shunt. Like a big wire, standing off the board. And there's space for a second one on the circuit board, which makes you wonder if maybe in the higher wattage unit they've got 2 of them to spread the loading. Yeah. So I don't think you'd be able to see that. I don't think you can see it through the front, maybe. If you take the handle off, maybe you can see through there, possibly. Let me have a look through my load here. Can I see this? Let me see through the hole where the handle goes. Let me have a look, see if I can actually see the shunt. Yeah, I can kind of see. I can't see very well. This torch is not doing very well. I think I need to recharge the batteries in it. Let's get the other torch. Yeah, you can see it. If you take the right hand, well, if you take the handle off, you look through the right hand hole, at sort of 45-degree angle downwards and backwards, you can see the shunt there. And you can see the resistor markings on the board. And if there's two, then it's got two shunts. Well, obviously you see the shunt staying at the board. So my electronic loads fan is winding up as expected. We expected to do that. Right. Power supply is not warm at all. Air coming out the back is not warm. It's like nothing. It's not even struggling at all. I think my electronic load is working harder. Just double check the output directly on the terminals here. I can see it on the load, but I'm going to be getting a bit of voltage drop through there. So we've got 23.92 on the load, well 23.9266 on the load. Here I'm getting 23.94 on the terminal, so I've got a little bit of voltage drop through these cables. It's a little bit, not much. There's also going to be a bit of potential inaccuracy between this meter and the load as well. Let's check ripple again in case anything's changed. Nah, still nothing. It's still like a couple of milliamps. Sorry, a couple of millivolts. Yeah, like 2 millivolts sitting there. Looks fine. Let's change view to the load, shall we? I can record some footage on that. Try and get it so not reflections as well, that'd be great. I'll try. So there you go, there's electronic load running that. It's been running for a little while now. Nothing seems to be playing up, it all seems to be behaving nicely, and I can wind the current up. This is not a 200 watt load anymore, it's a 300 watt load. So I can actually wind up to about 12, maybe go 12 and a half if we want to really push it. There you go, 12 and a half is like maxed out, as much as I can really do on this. So 300 watts, and it's working fine. Voltage saggers, through connections and cables. And I can double check the ripple on the supply just to be absolutely sure. With this loading, it's all good. And we're getting basically nothing there. The Fluke's not even really picking it up. It's got less than 2 milliamps. So less than 2 millivolts. I'm saying milliamps. So yeah, I'm happy with that. That seems to be working just fine. I'm going to leave it running for a little while. I'm not going to have it cranked right up though, because I don't want to overload my load. Because it used to be a 200 watt load and it's now a 300 watt load, so I don't mind doing 300 watts for a short time, but not for a long time. It might be fine, but I don't like to work things to the limits. I like to have a big operating window where you don't stress things too much. If you don't stress them, it'll last much longer. I don't know how to replace this thing. There's 3 shunts in that one, is there really? Yeah, have a look. So I've probably got this set up so each shunt takes 10 amps. Do you want to see how many I can actually see? Alright, I can see 3. Yeah, I can see 3 resistor symbols. 1 shunt there. 1 shunt there. Can't bloody tell from here. Might have to look at the teardown video. The video I did on it, I'll have to put the thing apart. That'll tell me. Wouldn't that be easier? So try and look through little holes on the side of the board. Let's have a look. YouTube videos. Reviews. Siglent. SDL. This is probably going to have sound. I'll review this brand new SDL 102. Right, where's the teardown? Oh, this has got 3 in it. Okay, there's space for 4. There's space for 4 there. This has got 3 installed. So if you look at my review around the 9-minute mark, you can see the shunts there. Yeah, so it's got 3 shunts there, and then the one right in front of the fan is not installed. So maybe they're exactly the same. Okay, catch you later, Ian. Thanks for dropping by. Amps you regularly repair. So I missed some of his comments before. So Anna's saying that amps regularly repair was 1100 watts. That's decent. Um, 1.21 gigawatts. Yes. Gigawatts. How you want to pronounce it? It's supposed to be gigawatts, isn't it? They call it gigawatts in the movie. Anyway. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So there's 3 shunts in that one as well. So there may be the same hardware then. Maybe it can do 300 watts, it's fine. It's purely a software thing. Which wouldn't really surprise me. Why make different hardware? If it's something so simple or something as cheap as a shunt. Anyway. Right, let's do 10 amps. Leave it sitting at 10 amps for now. Still no heat coming out the fan. Still no heat in the casing. Electronic load in hand. Problem being inside a shelf as well. The electronic load has got to try and push the heat out, and the shelf tries to enclose it a little bit. It does get warm in there sometimes. I've done loads before, long-term loads, and it's got warmer. Right, well, okay, I think that power supply is fixed. I'm pretty confident that's fixed. Okay, let's do some video on this. Well, that's been running now for, I don't know, maybe 10 minutes on load, maybe. And I've just put the current up a bit higher now. It's now on 10 amps, so it's still at 240 watts. So, you know, just under half its rating. Seems to be handling it just fine. Heat out the side, at the back here from the fan. No discernible heat. I can't feel any heat coming out of it, so it's not like it's really struggling or anything. It seems to be running easily and just fine. Now obviously to know if this is truly fixed, it needs to be warmed up a lot and actually left running for quite some time, because this was originally faulting when it is under load, and not straight away. It'd run for a little bit, then it would die. Probably it started being probably an hour under load, and then it got down. It's down to like 5 minutes under load, and then it died. So it deteriorated quite quickly. So I'm fairly sure that this is okay, because when it's actually being used as well, yes, it's under load, but I don't think it'd be fully loaded. I think it's probably, got a bit of headroom as well. It wouldn't be maxed out, so it may even be similar loading to what I'm putting on it right now. It's possible. I don't actually know what the system loading is on this when it's installed, but I mean, D ratings for temperature, 50 degrees C, 100% D rating, or does that mean no D rating? Just there. Surely 100% D rating means it can't take any current. It would be a 0% D rating at 50 degrees C and a 30% D rating at 71, wouldn't it be? How do you interpret that? Yeah, anyway, never mind. Yeah. It's working, it's probably fixed. Time will tell. Looking promising, no? Hey Fixer, how's it going? Well, the Christian, if differences in shunts, so it's just purely a calibration thing. They'll just calibrate it and allow for the different shunt resistances, and the obviously the tap off voltage is getting across the shunt, so the burden voltage. So yeah, I don't think it'd really be an issue. The calibration would take care of that. But anyway, it looks like it's working fine. Now, next question is, what's this power supply worth in working condition? Well, it's semi-refurbished. It's got new bearings. Well, semi-new bearings. The bearings out of a fan which was pulled from something which was still good condition. So I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I'll tell you what, Rob, I'll swap it for a SDS 5000. How's that? I think there's a slight price difference there. Yeah, I don't know. I need to recharge the torch. Right, okay, what time is it? Yeah, it's gone 12. Okay, I think that's probably enough for live stream today. With half broken, one thing. Did we really break it? I don't know. We found it's broken. I don't know. Did we break it? Does that class as breaking it if we find it broken? I don't know. And this thing is obviously behaving. So I should probably put all the screws back in it now. That's bound to make it break. If you put all the screws in, it's bound to break it, isn't it? What do you reckon? I need to put the right screws in the right places for a start. Not that side. I think that's probably going to be key, isn't it? Put the screws in there, that's what will kill it. Oh dear, flooded basement, that doesn't sound like fun. I've been through floods, I know what that's like. $29.95. I don't think it's $29.95. Like I said, the replacement power supply for this was about $500. So, yeah, a bit more than that. Don't know exactly how much more than that was worth, really. I mean, theoretically, I got it for free. I got it for nothing. This has cost me some time and some parts to fix it. Not really a big deal. Yeah. Where did the screws go? I think those ones went there. Maybe. They probably went there. You reckon? I reckon it's that one. I could be wrong though. Now putting a screw in right next to a live power supply, that's not risky at all, is it? No. That's good. I don't think it's risky. Sure, some more somewhere is. Not on the front, yeah. Okay. It's got these ones on the side. This used to be mounting brackets, I think. They'll beat it up. I don't know. I reckon it's like, I don't know, $50 for the power supply, and I don't know, $300 cost Defpom works on it. How's that? You could even sign it if you like, you know. I've got two more screws that go directly above that socket on the back here. Well, these connections on the back here. Whack those in carefully. £25 yeah, that's pretty chunky, yes. Well, it's still handling just fine. Voltage isn't sagging at all. $1 per amp. That sounds a bit cheap actually. Anyway, it's working. 40 volt 60 amp power supply wasn't cheap. Yeah. Well, I think this is also industrial grade, right? This is industrial rated. So it's not just like some Chinese thing you might get which is barely capable of what it says it can do. Any warm air? Nah, still feels cold. No detectable heat. We could go further than this. We could do more. We have technology. Some warmth there. 45 degrees. That's those terminals. Look inside there, looking through the vents. .30 odd degrees in there, 34. Yeah, there's not much heat in there. Those power resistors just there. So 48 degrees, 49 degrees for those. Looking through the fan. Nothing really, eh? Look. 20 odd degrees. So what's coming out is fine. No issues. Meanwhile's, yeah, Meanwhile's a pretty good brand actually. Meanwhile's are decent supplies. I would never hesitate to buy a meanwhile supply. Defpom edition, yeah. Hold on. Let's just double the value of this power supply. There you go. It's now worth much more. Those readings you're getting, because these are shiny terminals, because they're reflective, so the emissivity, the emissivity would be affecting the readings you see from these. These are, it says 50 degrees on there, well they're not. They're cold. There's no temperature there. It's purely reflection. Load, I've got no idea what that one's sitting at. I'll put the camera away again, yeah? Right. Well, it's working fine. I'm happy with that. It's managing it. Do you reckon I need to keep testing? I think no. I'll keep going. I'll check the electron load. Make sure it's handling it okay. I'm going to get the other camera this time. Because the other one's in a little case, and I put it back in the case. Just going to see what I can see through the vent or the hole in the side. See what those shunts look like. The other camera's very slightly better because we record video. Take that off. This one does tend to show up the colour shift a bit nicer though. Some ways. Alright, let's look at this one here. What have we got in here? The shunt's about 50 degrees. Yeah, the shunt's about 50 degrees. .57, highest spot I can find is 57 degrees on the shunt. That's alright. Not worried about that. Frame photo, and I think that'd devalue it, wouldn't it? I think a photo would make it look less valuable. It's supposed to be, something people, which appeals to people. Yeah, okay, well, it's going fine. Seems good. Got some more capacitors for the box. I might leave that running for a while and see what happens. Hopefully nothing. Again. I've got 2 emails. Hope it's nothing important. Nah, it's nothing. It's fine. Okay. That was right. Blue for 20 years? I don't think so. I'm not exactly famous. I'm just a YouTuber. I'm not anyone. Yeah, anyway. Okay, well, we've achieved something of it. It started out with being a bit of a screw up, I suppose. Not screw up. Disappointment with the valve tester. But I have to sort that out. Find a switch for it. And this is something I'm going to be tinkering with, is trying to get this retro chip tester into this case. I've got to take the feet off. I've got on it this little stand, so I've got to take these off. Then I should be able to screw it down to the case. But I believe I've got to modify this because I've still got a string everywhere. I haven't cleaned it off yet. But the actual the ZIF socket is below the surface. That is standing off. And apparently there's like circuit boards which the retro chip tester guy, 8-Bit Museum, he sells, so you can use a couple of those and actually stack it up and get it higher. Now what I've got is some long header pins, quite long ones, that sort of size, so I should be able to use those to stand it off of the board with those header pins instead. That should work. Now I can see the actual cutout is exactly the same place as the existing ZIF socket. What I've got to do is just bring it up higher and that will work. So I'm not worried about that part at all. So this is, I was tempted to work on this during the live stream today, depending on what we got up to. But it's just a little project we mean to do. I've been meaning to do this for ages. Well, since I got this thing, what, 2 years ago? And someone finally built a case for it, not because I couldn't bother making one for it, designing one for it. So there's some other bits I've got to build. These little switch buttons, electric button tops that go on top of switches. I've got to print those out yet, and there's a few other little bits and pieces. So I'll tinker with that later on. How many times I've emptied an old capacitor box? Well, there's been lots of times I haven't put any capacitors in it. I've shoved them straight in the bin because it's full. And yeah, I've thrown away many times more that volume straight into the bin before I put some in the box there. Because what happened was I used to chuck them all away at a time. Then I realised, oh, it'd been handy to have sometimes some capacitors you can actually do testing with, knowing they're good, potentially bad ones, or maybe marginal capacitors. And if you're doing like an LCR meter testing or something like that, you're trying to measure or testing a piece of test equipment to see how that handles those kinds of failures in its tests. I thought it'd be handy to actually have some bad capacitors sitting here, because there've been a few times I thought, oh, I wish I had a bad cap to test so I could check the equipment, and I didn't have any. So that's why I started doing this and built up a little collection of them in the bin. So sometimes I just pull them out and look at them, and you can just use them for checking bits of gear against each other. You know, you can have a couple of different LCR meters and you can see how they respond to them, that sort of thing. Yep, thanks Christian. I'm going to be going very shortly anyway. So thanks for stopping by. Hope you found it interesting. Yeah. Okay, well, like I said, I'm going to call it a day as well. I could really use a coffee and some lunch. It's now lunchtime, or 20 to 1 in the afternoon now, so I could definitely use some lunch. And at least I've achieved something. I've got the power supply done. Now, I don't know what I'm going to do next, because, like I said, I'm really short of things to fix. I've only got CB radios really left. I think I've got left here. I've got a tube tester, and I've got the Valhalla. What is it? 2500? No. 2300? I forgot what it is. The AC. Yeah, AC calibrator. Valhalla AC calibrator, which I've been meaning to get around to for years now. It's been sitting here for years. It's the bottom of the pole. Everything's on top of it, so it's like. Oh, I have a CRO next week. Well, okay, right. Oh, there's something. It's cool. There's some stuff coming in, because Rob said he's got a oscilloscope which needs sorting out, which is going to gift me to look at, and so that'd be good. Bit of gear to look at, because that's the problem, is trying to find test gear to fix. And normally I buy it from eBay, and it's expensive, and it's just getting more and more expensive, and it's getting harder and harder. And so people, my Patreon supporters and YouTube members which support the channel, many of you are in here already. That helps a lot, because that money will then go towards buying test equipment to fix. Most of it goes to that. I build the money up for a while, then I'll dump it into my PayPal account and then use that to buy test gear and hopefully make a video out of it. So that's the plan. That's what I do. And the mailbag video is going to be dropping off a lot. I'm not buying as much stuff these days. I think I've reached capacity, and I'm only buying what I really need to buy rather than as curiosities, which is what I was doing a lot before. I think I've got a lot of things I potentially need. Apparently I need some 90mm fans and some bearings. So yeah, I've got to buy some stuff apparently. So there will be something still going. And I've got 2 mailbags queued up. I think I've got 2. There's one there. Yeah, I've got one for tomorrow. So there's a mailbag tomorrow in about 12 hours time, something like that. And then I've got another one which will be in a couple of weeks time. I've got those 2 done. After that I don't have anything else right now. Give you some idea. Yeah, go back to the beginning and see what you missed. Okay, cool. Well, the first half an hour is usually me waffling. I'm talking about 3D printing and stuff like that, and bits like that. And then we start tinkering with other things. I do a scan with my little desktop scanner here with the scanning the circuit diagram for the tube tester, which I was looking at. I'll look at that first, then we look at the bounce point. So, and it's still going. Perfectly happy. Also, should have mentioned this, shouldn't I? So for that 200 and what am I doing? 240 watts. Yeah, 240 watts output I'm doing right now. Its input power is 275 watts. So it's wasting 36 watts or so. It's 276 now. So it's 36 watts. If you want to work out the efficiency, go for it. I can't be bothered. But so 88%, 87% efficiency, something like that. Yeah. Could be right. Then the wife will be back. Yeah, I'll be busy again. Yeah. How's the car? It got picked up yesterday. There's a bit of a story about that. Actually, I might as well tell you guys. It was a mission. So that accident happened on the Friday night. Saturday morning, I was trying to use their website to submit the claim. It kept on failing all the time. Every time I'd be like, I go for the first step. After the first step, it'd fail every time. So I ended up changing browsers. That finally got it through. Then that late to that day, sort of late afternoon, I got an email asking some stupid questions. Like, why are you driving your car at 11 o'clock at night? It's like, oh, why can't I drive my car at 11 o'clock at night? Really? Anyway, I replied to that straight away. Or since I saw it, I replied to it, answering the questions they asked. Then, no response. I think, that's a weekend, maybe I only work Mondays and stuff, Monday to Friday. Although I've got a contact on Saturday. Monday afternoon, nothing. Emailed again saying what's happening. Wednesday afternoon, still nothing. It's alright, I'm sick of this. So I've done this multiple times in the past with other companies, not just this one. I'm not going to say who. And you can often work out the email addresses of the executives based on email addresses you can find for other people who work in the company. So a lot of companies will also list who the executives are. Maybe it's a requirement, we're quite sure, and what their roles are and responsibilities. So I found out what the email format is for this insurance company, the format they use for the email addresses. I found out who the executives were, and I emailed them and said, what the fuck? Basically, I replied to the original emails I've been doing to the claims department and included the executives, which were, I did the CEO and the claims manager and a communications manager, is like obviously the publicity guy. So I did those 3 people in execs. I didn't choose everyone. I've done it before. Previously I've done everyone in executive. But I was selected this time. And within an hour I got an email from the manager of the claims, the executive manager, and apologising and saying it'll be sorted tomorrow. And first thing in the morning I got phoned up and it was sorted out. So immediately, bang. So if you have issues like that, don't be scared to go to the top and just deal with it. Because if the customer service isn't working, the guys at the top usually actually want to know about that problem. They want to know if their systems aren't working properly, and so they're usually appreciative actually. As long as you do it in a good way. I was criticised saying, "Are you guys ignoring me or what?" I actually CC'd in the management, so I directed a response back to the claims department and CC'd the executive, and also commented to the claims department saying, "I've CC'd in the executive because you guys aren't even replying to my emails." And then that's what kind of prompted things and got it moving. So the car's been picked up, it's gone, and I'm waiting to find out now what the assessment result is, whether they decide to write it off, whether we're going to fix it or what. Yeah, it works. I've done it multiple times. I've done it probably 4 or 5 times. I've had to resort to doing that. I shouldn't have to do that, right? It should be able to do with the customer service area and get your problem sorted out that way, which is what it's for. But there's been times when it's failed me, and I've had to resort to going to the very top. And I find if you go straight to the top, it gets sorted out the very next day. And there's been problems I've had before where, not with this insurance company, but other things, and I've been talking to customer service. I've been like going on for weeks, or even I think it's one time like going for months trying to sort something out, and it wasn't being resolved because the people just either had no power or no knowledge of how to sort it out. And I was like, I got sick of it, and I just went straight to the top. It's like, yeah, okay, I'm getting nowhere with this. Let's go to the top, and it's fixed the next day. It was fixed. So yeah, it pays to do that sometimes. I mean, shouldn't have to, but sometimes, you know, it's a good thing to do. And like I said, a lot of times the people in the executives are actually oblivious to the fact that their customer service isn't working the way it's supposed to. And the guy that phoned me up the following morning, he'd also been giving an earful because he was grovelling like nothing. He was incredibly apologetic and basically grovelling. And yeah, I think he got an earful because he was dropping the ball, I think. Anyway, it's all sorted. The main thing I wanted from the outcome, the outcome I wanted is that something happens. There's some kind of action on the claim, and it's progressing. I don't care if it takes a week to sort it out, as long as I'm being told, hey, yes, we're working on it, or there's a delay or whatever. They should at least email, reply to emails and say, yeah, sorry, we've got a bit of delay, a bit busy, or something like that, or what it may be, right? We'll look at it in a couple of days' time, or something like some kind of communication. But there was like nothing. So, squeaky wheel gets grease. Indeed, it does, and that's definitely something that's true. Because they want you to go away. If you make a fuss and annoy them, they want you to go away. So they'll fix your problem to get you to go away. It's true. Be annoying. You have to be annoying sometimes. If you just passive and go along with it and think, oh no, it's okay, they're fine with that, we can mess around a little bit, they'll be right. Sometimes you have to stand up yourself a bit and, you don't be a prick about it, but, it does help. Don't be scared to do it sometimes. But yeah. Yeah, it's good. The last time I did this, the company I did it to, the CEO replied. The CEO took charge of it and sorted it out. Right at the very top. These people which earn tens of millions of dollars a year in salary. So yeah. Anyway, I'm going to call it a day. That's enough waffling, I think. My throat's really dry. I definitely need a coffee now and some lunch. So thanks everyone for dropping by. Give us a thumbs up before you leave. And yeah, Rob, get in touch and let me know when you're going to turn up. And I'm home all weekend. So whatever. And yeah, my stomach's growling now. Definitely want some lunch. I'll catch you later. Thanks for dropping by. And watch out for tomorrow's video, which is mailbag. This time.